Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They want a change, Mr. Speaker. They want a change of government, Mr. Speaker. Let them have an election. Now, with your permission, I shall make a statement on yesterday's Supreme Court verdict.
There'll be ample opportunity for everybody who wants to question the Prime Minister in conformity with usual practice to do so, but the statement must and will be heard. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I shall make a statement on yesterday's Supreme Court verdict and the way forward for this paralysed Parliament. 3 years ago, more people voted to leave the European Union than have ever voted for any party or proposition in our history. Politicians of all parties promised the public that they would honour the result. Sadly, many have since done all they could to abandon those promises and to overturn that democratic vote. And after 3 years of dither and delay that left this country at risk of being locked forever in the orbit of the EU, this government that I lead has been trying truly to get us out. And most people, indeed most supporters of the party opposite, regardless of how they voted 3 years ago, think the referendum must be respected. They want Brexit done. I want Brexit done, and people want us out on October the 31st with a new deal if possible, but without one if necessary. Now, 64 days ago, I was told that Brussels would never reopen the withdrawal agreement. We are now discussing a reopened withdrawal agreement in the negotiations. I was told that Brussels would never consider alternatives to the backstop, the trap that keeps the UK effectively in the EU but with no say. We're now discussing those alternatives in the negotiations. I was told Brussels would never consider arrangements that were not permanent. We're now discussing in the negotiations an arrangement that works on the principle of consent and is not permanent. I was told there was no chance of a new deal, but we are discussing a new deal. And this is in spite of the best efforts of the party opposite and this Parliament to wreck our negotiations by their attempts to take no deal off the table. The truth is that the majority in this Parliament, the majority opposite, are not opposed to the so-called no deal. This Parliament does not want Brexit to happen at all. And many of those who voted for the Surrender Act a few weeks ago said then that their intention was to stop a no-deal Brexit. They have said every day since that Parliament must vote against any deal at all. I think the people of this country can see very clearly what is going on. The people at home know that this...
Order! Order! People are gesticulating wildly. I can scarcely hear the Prime Minister myself, and I wish to hear the statement, as other colleagues should also do. The Prime Minister...
The people of this country can see perfectly clearly what is going on. They know that Parliament does not want to honour its promises to respect the referendum. The people at home know that this Parliament will keep delaying, it will keep sabotaging the negotiations because they don't want a deal. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that members opposite are living in a fantasy world. They really imagine that somehow they are going to cancel. This is what they want to do. They're going to cancel the first referendum. They're going to legislate for a second referendum. And Parliament will promise that this time, perhaps not the lady opposite, but Parliament will promise that this time it really, really will respect that vote. And they think that the public will therefore vote to remain, and everybody will forget the last few years. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I think that is an extraordinary delusion and a fantasy even greater than the communist fantasies peddled by the Leader of the Opposition. It will not happen. The public don't want another referendum. What they want and what they demand is that we honour the promise we made to the voters to respect the first referendum. And they also want us to move on, to put Brexit behind us and focus on the NHS, on violent crime, and on cutting the cost of living. And that is why I brought forward a Queen's speech. This government intends to present a programme for life after Brexit. But some members of this House could not stand that either. Instead of facing the voters, the opposition turned tail and fled from an election. Instead of deciding to let the voters decide, they ran to the courts instead. And despite the fact that I followed the exact same process as my predecessors in calling a Queen's speech, the Supreme Court was asked to intervene in this process for the first time ever, and it is absolutely no disrespect to the judiciary to say I think the court was wrong to pronounce on what is essentially a political question at a time.
Order! Whatever the strength and intensity of feeling and the passions to which these matters give rise, we must hear what is being said in the chamber, and I wish to hear the Prime Minister.
The court was wrong to pronounce on what is essentially a political question at a time of great national controversy. So we have opposition MPs that block and delay everything, running to the courts to block and delay even more, including blocking legislation to improve and invest in our NHS and keeping violent criminals in jail. And I think the people outside this House understand what is happening. They know that nothing can disguise the truth. It's not just that this Parliament is gridlocked, paralysed, and refusing to deliver on the priorities of the people. It's not just unable to move forward. It's worse than that, Mr. Speaker. Out of sheer selfishness and political cowardice, members opposite are unwilling to move aside and give the people a say. They see MPs demanding that the people should be given a say one week and then running away from the election that would provide the people with a say. And worst of all, they see ever more elaborate legal and political manoeuvres from the party opposite, which is absolutely determined to say, we know best, and thumb their noses at the 17.4 million people who voted to leave the European Union. The leader of the opposition and his party do not trust the people. The leader of the opposition and his party are determined to throw out the referendum result, whatever the cost. They don't care, Mr. Speaker, about the bill for hundreds of millions of pounds that will come with every week of delay. They don't care if another year or more is wasted in arguing about a referendum that happened 3 years ago. All that matters to them now is an obsessive desire to overrule the referendum result. While we want to take our country up a gear, to go forward with a fantastic programme, an accelerated programme of investment in infrastructure, in health and education and technology, they are throwing on the handbrake. Well, Mr. Speaker, we will not betray the people who sent us here. That's what they want to do. We will not abandon the priorities that matter to the public. And we will continue to challenge those opposition parties to uphold democracy. If honourable and right honourable members opposite so disagreed with this government's commitment to leaving on October the 31st, they had a very simple remedy at their disposal, did they not? They could have voted for a general election. I have to confess, Mr. Speaker, that I was a little shocked to discover that the party whose members stood up in Brighton this week and repeatedly and in the most strident terms demanded an election, I heard them, is the very same party whose members already twice this month, not once but twice, refused to allow the people to decide on their next government. For 2 years, they have demanded an election, but twice they have voted against it. The leader of the opposition changes his mind so often. I wonder whether he supports an election today or whether the shadow chancellor or the shadow attorney general have overruled him again, because they know that the voters will judge their manifesto for what it is: more pointless delay. Is he going to demand, perhaps he's going to demand an election and then vote against it? Just as he said he wants to negotiate a new Brexit deal and then vote against that too. Is he actually going to vote no confidence in this government? Is he going to dodge a vote of no confidence in me as Prime Minister in order to escape the verdict of the voters? I wonder, does he in his heart even want to be Prime Minister anymore? He says that I should go to Brussels on 17th of October and negotiate another pointless delay, but he doesn't want to go himself. And even if he did, his colleagues wouldn't let him, because quite frankly they recoil. They recoil at the idea of him negotiating on the people's behalf, representing this country with the likes of Vladimir Putin, let alone the EU or the mullahs of Tehran. Or is it perhaps that he wants a Conservative government? It would be a curious state of affairs indeed if Her Majesty's loyal opposition had every faith in the government of the day. So if in fact the party opposite does not have confidence in the government, they will have a chance to prove it. They have until the House rises. Let them listen. I think they should listen to this, Mr. Speaker. They have until the House rises today to table a motion of no confidence in the government. Come on then. And we can have that vote tomorrow. Or if any of the other parties, the smaller parties, fancy a go, they can table that motion and we'll give you the time for a vote. Will they have the courage to act, or will they refuse to take responsibility and do nothing but dither and delay? Why wouldn't they? What are they scared of, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it is now well over. If that's what you're scared of, then have an election.
Order. I appeal to the House to have some regard to how our proceedings are viewed by people watching them in the country at large. Order! Let the remainder of the statement be heard. I'm grateful for the Prime Minister's exhortation, but I don't require it. I'm perfectly content. What I want to hear is the rest of the statement and then questioning on it. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And as I commend this statement to the House, I say it is time to get Brexit done. Get Brexit done so we respect the referendum. Get Brexit done so we can move on to deal with the people's priorities, the NHS, the cost of living. Let's get Brexit done so we can start to reunite this country after the divisions of the referendum, rather than having another one. It's time for this Parliament, finally, to take responsibility for its decisions. We decided to call that referendum. We promised time and again to respect it. I think the people of this country have had enough of it. This Parliament must either stand aside and let this government get Brexit done, or bring a vote of confidence and finally face the day of reckoning with the voters. And I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of his statement. Unfortunately, it was like his illegal shutting down of Parliament. Null, of no effect, and should be quashed. in the words of the Supreme Court. This, Mr. Speaker, was 10 minutes of bluster from a dangerous Prime Minister who thinks he is above the law. But in truth, Mr. Speaker, is not fit for the office which he holds. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see so many colleagues back here doing what they were elected to do, holding the government to account for its failings. Whether it's the attempts to shut down democracy, its sham Brexit negotiations, its chaotic and inadequate no-deal preparations, its allegations of corruption, its failure on climate change, its failure to step in to save Thomas Cook, this government, Mr. Speaker, is failing the people of Britain, and the people of Britain know it.
Order! I said that the Prime Minister shouldn't be shouted down. The same goes for the Leader of the Opposition. And let me say to people bellowing from a sedentary position, stop it. You will exhaust your vocal cords. You will get nowhere. It won't work. And these proceedings will continue for as long as is necessary for the Chair to be satisfied that proper scrutiny has taken place. It is as simple and incontrovertible as that. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday's Supreme Court verdict represents an extraordinary and, I believe, precarious moment in this country's history. The highest court in this land has found the Prime Minister broke the law when he tried to to shut down our democratic accountability at a crucial moment in our public life. The judges concluded there was no reason, and I quote, let alone a good reason, for the Prime Minister to have shut down Parliament. After yesterday's ruling, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should have done the honourable thing and resigned. Yet, Mr. Speaker, here he is, forced back to this House to rightfully face the scrutiny he tried to avoid. With no shred of remorse or humility, and, of course, no substance whatsoever.
That's right.
So let's see if he will answer some questions.
He won't. He won't.
Does the Prime Minister agree with his Attorney General
Write it down, Boris.
that the government got it wrong, or with the Leader of the House that the Supreme Court committed a constitutional coup? This, Mr. Speaker, is a vital question about whether the government respects the judiciary or not. The Attorney General was also categorical that the government would comply with the EU Withdrawal No. 2 Act. Can the Prime Minister confirm that? Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to those MPs from all parties across the House, the Lords and in the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly, who have not only fought so hard to stop a disastrous no deal, but continued to take the case against prorogation through the courts. The government has failed to silence our democracy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, during the period of unlawful prorogation, the government was forced to release their Yellowhammer no-deal analysis and plans. No wonder the Prime Minister has been so eager to avoid scrutiny and so eager to hide the dangers of his Brexit plan. The release of those documents leads to many questions the government must now answer that our Parliament is back in operation. So I would like to start by asking the Prime Minister why I would like to start, Mr. Speaker, by asking the Prime Minister why the government described leaked Yellowhammer documents in August as being out of date. When the documents were later produced in September, they were word for word the same documents. It is clear they have tried to hide from the people the truth, the real truth of a no-deal Brexit, and tried to hide the fact that their policy would heap misery on the people of this country. Let's just take a look at the analysis. Chaos at Britain's ports with months of disruption. People going short of fuel and fresh foods.
Your paper?
It's your paper, you wrote it, you tried to hide it. I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, I don't hold you responsible for writing the document. Disruption of people's vital medical supplies. Rises in energy prices for every household in the whole country. A hard border for the people of Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Most damning of all, Mr. Speaker, is the passage that simply says, and I quote, low-income groups will be disproportionately affected. Well, there we have it, Mr. Speaker. A simple warning, a simple truth, that a Tory government is continuing to follow a policy they will know will hit the poorest people in our country the hardest. They simply do not care. Mr. Speaker, the damning document we have already seen is only 6 pages long. It's only right that this House should expect more transparency from this government. The government says they're doing all they can to get a deal before October the 31st. But the truth, Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister has hardly put any effort into negotiations, any progress at all, looks at its most generous best to be minimal. Only yesterday, the European Union's chief negotiator, Michel Barnier, said that there was no reason today for optimism. Can I ask the Prime Minister why he believes Mr. Barnier has that view? This House is still yet to hear any detail of any deal the government seeks to negotiate. We're told the government has distributed papers to Brussels outlining proposals for a change to the backstop. Will the Prime Minister publish these papers and allow them to be debated in this House of Parliament? For this government to have any credibility with our people, they need to show they have an actual plan. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also has questions to answer about his conduct in public office. And in particular, allegations that he failed to declare an interest in the allocation of public money to a close friend whilst he was Mayor of London. It was announced today that the Department of Culture, Media and Sport is reviewing the funds allocated in the light of the Sunday Times report. Did the Prime Minister initiate that review? Will the Prime Minister fully cooperate with the DCMS review and that of the Greater London Assembly? Will he refer himself to the Cabinet Secretary for investigation? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, no Prime Minister, is not above the law. Mr. Speaker, no one can trust this Prime Minister. Not on Iran, not on Thomas Cook, not on climate change, not on Brexit.
Iran, yes, on Iran.
For the good of this country, Mr. Speaker,
Order. The Leader of the Opposition is entitled to be heard in this Parliament. Order. And he will be heard. I don't mind how long it takes. These exchanges will take place in an orderly manner. Be in no doubt about that. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quite simply, for the good of this country, he should go. Mr. Speaker, he says he wants a general election. I want a general election. It's very simple. If you want an election, if he wants an election, get an extension and let's have an election.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman asked several questions. I'll try and deal with them in order. On the first point, my friend the Attorney General made absolutely clear, of course, that this is a judgment with which he disagreed. Though, of course, we respect the judgment of the Supreme Court. On the second point, about the Ben Burt Act? I will say what I'm sure he understands. We will, of course, obey the law, and we will come out of the EU on October the 31st. On his point about preparations for a no-deal Brexit, I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who just spoke for 2 hours on this matter. Our preparations are very far advanced, and I think this country can be entirely confident that we will be ready, deal or no deal. On his point about whether we are on the verge of getting a deal or not, well, it is absolutely true that negotiations are difficult, but we are making progress. And all I will say to him and to his friends is that they have not been made easier by the Surrender Act that he passed. And I am very proud, by the way, to take his next point, about everything that I did as Mayor of London. I may say to the current Mayor that he'd be better off spending less on press officers and more on police officers in London, because we were funding 20,000 more on our streets. And as for being trusted on Iran, Mr. Speaker, this is a man who took the shilling of the mullahs from Press TV. Mr. Speaker, I think there's something. I was rather sad, actually, in a way, that the Labour conference was interrupted by the ruling, because I was awestruck by some of the things I heard, doubtless designed to obscure the inanity of his policy over Brexit. He wants to abolish fee-paying schools at a cost of £7 billion to the taxpayer. He wants a 4-day working week, cutting the incomes of the lowest paid in this country. He wants to abolish Ofsted, and now we hear he wants to abolish all immigration controls from the EU. But there was a crucial passage missing from his speech, it turns out, Mr. Speaker. I think there's something slightly pitiful, in a way, about the right honourable gentleman. It seems that he actually did want to call an election now, Mr. Speaker. There was a passage in his speech calling for an election now, but it was censored by the Stasi in the form of the Shadow Chancellor. Or possibly it was the Shadow Lord Chancellor. Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman is being gagged. He's being muzzled. He's being held captive by his colleagues. They won't let him say what he wants to say. I say, free the Islington One, Mr. Speaker. And why won't they allow him to have an election, Mr. Speaker? Why won't they allow him to unleash his charms on the electorate? It's because they're not only terrified that he's going to lose, but also even more terrified by the remote possibility that he might win. He can't control his own party. He can't decide whether he's for Leave or for Remain. He's being held captive by his colleagues. The electorate are being held captive by this zombie parliament and this zombie opposition, and he wants the entire country to be held captive in the EU after October the 31st at a cost of more than £1 billion a month. We say no. I say no. Let's get Brexit done and let's take this country forward.
Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister? Order! 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 I appeal to members of the House to calm themselves. I've just called the right honourable gentleman, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green. He is entitled to put his question, and the rest of us are entitled to hear him. Mr. Ian Duncan Smith. Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate my right honourable friend on his very good put down of the shallow leader of the opposition. Can I also say that I understand now that his government has changed the root origin of the term yellowhammer to describe the botched attempt by the leader of the opposition to dispatch his own deputy. And could I ask him, I received and saw in my constituency, as others did recently, leaflets from the Labour Party calling for a general election now. Could he answer me this question? Can he give me any reason why we are not having an election at this particular point? Does he think for any moment it could be because the leader of the opposition fears his own party just as much as he fears us?
Prime Minister. I thank my right honourable friend for his very acute question, Mr. Speaker, and I'm afraid the answer is very simple, that they don't want an election because they are not sure that the public would trust them with the government of this country, and I think that they're right, and I think that they put the yellow into yellowhammer, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for advance copy of his statement? I have to say, when I read the first paragraph, and it talks about the Supreme Court verdict, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't the Supreme Court verdict, it was the judgment of the Supreme Court. Yeah. And perhaps the Prime Minister might start to show some respect for the judiciary. You know, we're here today because the Prime Minister was utterly humiliated by the Supreme Court by a count of 11-0. And you might have thought in that diatribe that we had that we might have had some humility, that we might have been able to acknowledge that what we've had is the unlawful shutting down of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sorry is indeed the hardest word for the Prime Minister. You know, it was said by a former Prime Minister, where law ends, tyranny begins. And Mr. Speaker, while it pains me to say it, the fact the Prime Minister is still standing here today, he in fact does believe he is above the law. Well, Mr. Speaker, he is not. And thank heavens for the action that was brought in the courts in Scotland and England. And I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend for Edinburgh South West. And thank goodness the courts have done their job and made sure that parliamentarians are back where they should be, in this House, holding the government to court. The ruling of the Supreme Court has made it absolutely crystal clear. The actions of this government, this Prime Minister, led to the unlawful prorogation of Parliament. Delivering the verdict, Lady Hale stated that prorogation was null and void. Have you no shame, Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, the court concluded that the decision was unlawful because it had the effect of frustrating or preventing the ability of Parliament to carry out its constitutional functions without reasonable justification. Mr. Speaker, without reasonable justification. And the Prime Minister talks about us running off to the courts. Well, we got the courts to do what he failed to do, which was to respect parliamentary sovereignty. Frustrating, preventing Parliament carrying out its constitutional duties without reasonable justification. How devastating for a Prime Minister to have such a judgment. Where law ends, tyranny begins. Yet the Prime Minister said he didn't agree with the courts. He only agrees with his cronies in Number 10, his Brexit-obsessed fan club. He cannot pick and choose when it comes to the law. He must obey the law. That is not leadership. He quite simply is not fit for office. And Mr. Speaker, when I hear of the Prime Minister talking about a Surrender Act, how despicable that he refers to members of this House that are doing their duty to protect our constituents, and he uses language such as surrender. It is language which is not suitable from the Prime Minister of any country. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's position is no longer tenable. His failure to resign is an embarrassment. People have had enough of this shambles. Mr. Speaker, we have reached a difficult and dangerous point. Not just in...
The right honourable gentleman leads the third party in this House. He has a right to be heard. He will continue his contribution and he will be heard however long it takes. If the message has to be repeated again and again and again ad infinitum, so be it. He will be heard. End of subject. Ian Blackford.
I am much obliged, Mr. Speaker. We have reached a difficult and dangerous point, not just in relation to the Brexit crisis, but for the constitutional future of these islands and indeed the future of our democracy. We have a Prime Minister standing here in Parliament that he sought to silence. People across these countries will be reading today about how the Prime Minister fought the law, but the law won. The Prime Minister, the head of government, who is responsible for the law, responsible for governance. What an example to the public. Let me be clear to the Prime Minister that he should resign. But if he fails to do so, yes, the opposition must unite to trigger a vote of no confidence to bring this chaotic government down. By triggering a vote of no confidence, we will ensure that the Benn Act is honoured to take no deal off the table by allowing the opposition to instil an interim leader to take back control and to protect our economy from the cliff edge. Mr. Speaker, the Scottish National Party fully supports stopping no deal. It is our priority. But let me be clear to members on these benches, we are not powerless. Doing nothing is not an option. This is the time for leadership. Once we have removed the Prime Minister, removed the threat of no deal, the people must have their say through a general election as quickly as is possible. We must unstick this mess, and we must trust the people to make their choice. We cannot trust this Prime Minister. His time must be up. His days of lying, of cheating and of undermining the rule of law must be numbered. So I only...
Order. Just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm sure the right honourable gentleman will not state in this House that the Prime Minister has lied in the House. He must not do so. Order. That is the order. That is the procedural position. He didn't say that, but he did refer to lying, and I know he cannot be referring to it in the context of the exchanges in this House. And a nod of the head to confirm that my interpretation is correct will suffice, and he can then proceed with the rest of his questioning. I'm correct in my surmise, I'm sure.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. So I have one question to the Prime Minister for now. Do the right thing and do it now. Prime Minister, end this dictatorship. Will you now resign?
The Prime Minister!
Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman, and of course on his substantive point, we do respect the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, and the reason that I want a Queen's speech and wanted a Queen's speech is quite frankly, of course, because we have to do what we can as a united kingdom to remedy the waste and incompetence of the high-taxing, fish-abandoning government of the SNP in Scotland. And that's why we are investing in 20,000 more police officers and 20 new hospital upgrades and levelling up education funding and funding gigabit broadband across the country. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, and I bet the people of Scotland hope, that in spite of all the uselessness of the government of Scotland, that those benefits will be passed on to the people. Because that is the only obstacle in our way.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, mentioned that the prorogation had...
Order. I apologise for interrupting the honourable gentleman, but he too... Order. The honourable gentleman must be heard. I want to hear his question and the answer to it. Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court mentioned that the prorogation had an extreme effect upon the fundamentals of our democracy. Does my right honourable friend accept that it is more than an extreme and undemocratic effect for Parliament itself to tear up its own Standing Order 14 because the priority that Standing Order gives to government business as compared to private members' business, such as the Surrender Act, derives exclusively from the fundamental democracy of the voters of this country in general elections, and to remedy this, they must be given an early general election to decide who governs this country.
Prime Minister.
My right honourable friend, and he is of course quite right in the sense that the people of this country can see all kinds of forces in this country going to quite extraordinary lengths, whether judicial or parliamentarian, to prevent Brexit from being delivered on October the 31st. But I have to tell my honourable friend, and I'm sure he will agree with me, we are not going to be deterred by such ruses, and we are going to get it done.
Jay Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is not serious. He needs to understand that actions have consequences. Even my 5-year-old knows that if you do something wrong, you have to say sorry. If my son can apologise for kicking a football indoors, surely the Prime Minister can have the humility to say sorry for misleading the Queen, misleading the country, and illegally shutting down our democracy.
Prime Minister!
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think, quite frankly, one of the actions for which the Right Honourable Lady might wish to take responsibility was writing to the President of the European Commission, actively encouraging him not to do a deal with this country.
Sir Patrick McLaughlin.
As somebody who voted Remain in the referendum, I'm mindful of the fact that this House of Commons voted 6-1 in favour of having a referendum. On 2 occasions, the Prime Minister has attempted to call the general election, which would have taken place on the 15th of October. If the British people, where we get our mandate from, had decided there should have been another Prime Minister for that occasion, they would have had the opportunity. Why was that stopped?
Prime Minister.
My right honourable friend who speaks with great wisdom and with great experience of this place, but I cannot believe in all his time here he has ever seen a leader of the opposition actively forego and turn down, in full view of the British public, the opportunity to have a general election. But that is what has happened twice, and there can only be one possible explanation: that he doesn't think he can win.
Mr. Nigel Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There will be many people, not least the families of senior judges, who were murdered in Northern Ireland, many of them, including the Lord Justice of Appeal, who will wish that the leader of the opposition, when he supported a terrorist organisation that murdered judges, had really put those words into action much, much earlier in his career. When we talk about respect for the rule of law, it should have been respect for the rule of law through the decades of the Troubles in Northern Ireland as well. On Brexit, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that despite everything, the fundamentals remain unchanged, that we need to deliver on the Brexit referendum, but that we must do so ideally and, if possible, with a deal, and we want to get that deal through this House. So would he agree that the way to do that is to deal with the anti-democratic backstop, the trap that he talks about, the issue of consent? We will work with him on those issues. But that all the shenanigans in this House, undermining the leverage of the Prime Minister, is actually in danger of bringing about the very result that some who say they don't want a no deal will actually achieve.
Prime Minister.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for what he has just said, and of course I agree with him profoundly in his condemnation of terrorism. I make no comment on the support of the right honourable gentleman opposite for those organisations, because I've made that point many times before. But on his point about the negotiations, he is, I think, speaks with great maturity on this issue, because there is a chance to make progress. It will not be easy, but it clearly is not helped by the Surrender Act. But I think that neither he nor I, and that's what it is, because it would require us to take no deal off the table, neither he nor I are going to be daunted by that act. And I think that our confidence is growing, and we will work flat out to get a deal by October the 17th, and then, Mr. Speaker, this House will indeed have a chance to pronounce on it, as it was always intended that it should.
Mr. Jeremy Hunt.
Can I congratulate my right honourable friend on becoming Prime Minister, and I hope he's enjoying doing the job as much as I'm enjoying not doing the job. Does he agree that those who claim to defend parliamentary democracy are in fact putting it at grave risk by alienating a large proportion of the population who fear that this House is trying to block a democratic referendum result that we promised to honour.
Well said. It is a great pleasure to respond to my right honourable friend, because I'm reminded of the many times that he and I shared a platform, and frankly we spoke absolutely as one, Mr. Speaker, on that issue. He was right then and he is right now.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, can I say to the Prime Minister that those of us who voted for the European Union Withdrawal No. 2 Act make no apology whatsoever for having legislated to prevent the Prime Minister from taking this country out of the European Union on the 31st of October without an agreement. And the Prime Minister can shout as much as he likes from the dispatch box, but he cannot hide the fact he has no mandate, no majority and no credibility. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd of September, the Prime Minister told the House that he would bring forward proposals for an alternative to the backstop well before the end of the 30-day deadline set by Chancellor Merkel. That deadline has now passed. The EU says no such formal proposals have been tabled. Why not, and when will he do so?
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman, I think, will agree that the Surrender Act had a material. The Hilary Benn Surrender Act, Mr. Speaker, did indeed have a profound psychological impact on our friends and partners over the Channel, and it has had an impact on the negotiations, and it has made things more difficult. And I think, in all honesty, I think he would concede that. But on the detail of the negotiations at present, Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that we have tabled proposals, as the right honourable gentleman who spoke from the DUP benches just now has confirmed. Progress is being made. It is not assisted by publishing our proposals today.
Antoinette Sandbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is very keen to point out how to deliver commitments made during an election. He wrote to the One Nation group during his election to be party leader that he was not much attracted to prorogation, something that he may reflect on now, and that he would seek to build consensus across the House. What undermines his negotiating position is that those watching from Europe cannot see how the Prime Minister is going to deliver a majority in this House for concessions that he will get. Can he update the House on the moves that he's taking to build consensus?
I thank the honourable lady, and actually, I think she asked, Mr. Speaker, she asked an extremely important question, because I do think that, in all intellectual honesty, the members opposite who voted for the Benn-Burke Act, who wanted to take a no deal off the table, who voted for the Surrender Act, should vote for the deal that we produce. Logically, and I'd like to hear from them that they will, Mr. Speaker. We will, I'm very confident, make progress towards getting a deal, and I hope it will command their support.
Yvette Cooper.
Earlier today, the Attorney-General did not just say that he would respect the Supreme Court's judgment, he also said, "We got it wrong." The Prime Minister has today just said the opposite and effectively said he thinks it's okay for a Prime Minister to cancel Parliament for as long as he so chooses in order to not to answer questions. Many of us have had disagreements with his predecessors, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, David Cameron, John Major, Margaret Thatcher, but none of them would have done this. None of them them would have been so chaotic, none of them would have shown such disregard for the rule of law or tried to concentrate power in their own hands by cancelling Parliament in this way. Why is he so entitled that he thinks it's one rule for one person and one rule for him and a different one from everyone else?
Mr. Speaker, I think the historical record will reflect that several Prime Ministers, and I think all Prime Ministers, have had prorogations. And John Major, for instance, prorogued for several weeks, I think, in advance of an election. But on her substantive question about the view of my right honourable lady colleague, the Attorney General, about the judgment yesterday. Let's be clear that we are as one in respecting the Supreme Court, and we are as one in thinking that judgment was wrong.
Mr. Graham Patterson.
We're told in the general election 2015, during the passage of the referendum bill in this House, during the referendum itself, that we, the MPs, would give them the decision. It would be a final decision, and whatever the result was, we, the MPs, would honour it. That's right. The crisis we have is that for the first time ever, the people have not obediently and politely gone along with what the establishment wanted. We've seen the political establishment in this House, the commercial establishment, and now the judicial establishment go against the will of the people. They are angry. They feel thwarted by the establishment. Does the Prime Minister agree that the only answer is to leave on...
Order, the Right Honourable Order! Mr. Patterson, the Right Honourable Gentleman is well, he persisted, but the Right Honourable Gentleman was entitled to be fully heard. I hope he's content. But I was trying to help the Right Honourable Gentleman. I did my best to help the Right Honourable Gentleman. Go on, blurt out the last sentence, man.
Will the Prime Minister agree with me that the only way to resolve this crisis is to leave the European Union on the 31st of October by taking back control, leaving the customs union, leaving the single market and leaving the remit of the ECJ, as we promised in our election manifesto?
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to you for making sure that last sentence was heard, because I agree with every word of it, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, parents in Walthamstow contacted me extremely concerned about the content of a presentation about the Prime Minister's proposals and Brexit that had been broadcast on what it transpires to be 3,000 digital notice boards of primary schools around this country without the prior consent of the schools. Given the amount of money this government is spending on Brexit adverts, can he at least reassure Walthamstow residents that in this instance it wasn't his doing, and give his personal pledge that our primary schools will remain Brexit propaganda-free zones?
Obviously, I think the honourable lady is bringing me news about what schools in her constituency. What I can tell her, and what I think colleagues would like to hear, is that we're investing more in every primary school in this country by levelling up across the UK.
Penny Mordaunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the greatest acts of patriotism shown over the last few years was not by people like myself who voted leave, but by those who voted remain and accepted the democratic result. The general public never doubted that we in this place would act on their wishes. That is the trust that they had, and I think still have, in all of us here and this Parliament. Does my right honourable friend agree that when people trust you in this way, you do not let them down?
I think my right honourable friend speaks movingly and entirely correctly about our duty to the people of this country. They are watching these proceedings. They do want us to deliver Brexit on October the 31st, and I do urge colleagues around this House to think of their responsibilities.
Anna Soubry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having now read the judgment of the learned judges yesterday, and this is the highest court in the land, and it was a unanimous verdict, and our congratulations go to all those who brought the action to defend this sovereign parliament. It is quite clear that on two matters, important matters, this government did not defend, did not supply evidence. And that's why the learned judges came to the conclusions that they did. The evidence of Sir John Major was that normally a government would prorogue for some 5 days. That evidence was not challenged by this Prime Minister and that government. And they offered no evidence as to why it was they sought a prorogation of 5 weeks, which led the learned judges, paragraph 56. I'm pleased to see the Prime Minister's making a note. I hope he'll go and read the judgment. I hope he won't be honing his pole dancing skills instead. But they wrote at paragraph 56, this was not a normal prorogation in the run-up to a Queen's speech. It prevented Parliament from carrying out its constitutional role for 5 out of 8 weeks. And at paragraph 61, they don't want to hear it.
Go for it, keep going.
But they will hear it, Mr. Speaker, because this is why the learned judges unanimously concluded there was no reason, let alone a good reason, to advise Her Majesty to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks. I came here today not just to represent my constituents, but hoping that this Prime Minister would show humility in the face of this condemnation in this judgment. Will he now apologise, if not to this place, to the country, and has he apologised to Her Majesty the Queen?
As she can imagine, I would not comment on my conversations with Her Majesty, but I think she's sadly in error, Mr. Speaker, in her history, because, to my memory, John Major prorogued Parliament for 18 days before he even had an election, and all we were going to lose was 4 or 5 sitting days over the party conference period, and she will have ample opportunity after the European Union summit on October 17th and 18th to debate Brexit again, as is her privilege and her prerogative, and indeed her pleasure. And it was always intended, Mr. Speaker, that she should.
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Whatever policy differences the Prime Minister may have with others, he may agree that he has an absolute duty to observe and uphold the rule of law. And whatever self-justifications he may have advanced today, he may also have to accept that in the matter of proroguing this House, he failed to do that. In those circumstances, would he now like to take the opportunity, rather than condemning the number 2 withdrawal bill as a surrender bill, to assure the House that if the
Order. Let it be said with crystal clarity, including to occupants of the Treasury bench.
Here we go.
Yes, here we go. The right honourable and learned gentleman will be heard. He won't be shouted down by people from his own benches. That sort of behaviour is intolerable, and it is obviously so to most remotely reasonable people. Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Will he therefore take this opportunity to give an assurance to the House that should the terms of the bill apply to him, rather than going to try and die in ditches, he will observe those terms as he is duty-bound to do?
Mr. Speaker, I repeat the confirmation I've made many times that this government observes and will observe the law. But our view, I may say to my right honourable and learned friend, that our view of the particular matter that was before the Supreme Court had the support of the Master of the Rolls and the Lord Chief Justice, who are at the risk of embarrassing my right honourable and learned friend, are perhaps even more distinguished in the law than he is.
Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have been a member of this House for 27 years, and I never thought I would be present to watch the benches opposite erupt in applause when a Prime Minister who has had his political strategy torn to shreds by losing 11-0 in the Supreme Court of the land and being found, in the words of the judgment, it is impossible for us to conclude on the evidence which was put before us that there was any reason, let alone a good reason, to advise Her Majesty to prorogue Parliament for 5 weeks. It follows that that decision was unlawful. Why, Mr. Speaker, do we now find this Prime Minister leading a Conservative Party that feel that it's appropriate to applaud that?
Mr. Speaker, if I may say so, I think the commentary of the involuntary commentary of the benches in this House was more directed at the leader of the opposition perhaps than at anything I had to say. But my strong view is that the opinion of the Supreme Court has, of course, to be respected and fulfilled, and that is why I'm pleased to say we're all here today to listen to the Right Honourable Lady.
Sir John Hay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1801, Horatio Nelson, perhaps our nation's greatest hero, chose not to see advice to retreat. In that spirit, will the Prime Minister turn a blind eye to the antics of the Liberal establishment and turn a deaf ear to the shrill bleats of those who seek to foil Brexit and frustrate the will of the people? For he must know that the loud and clear cry of the working people of this country is as straightforward as this: back Brexit and back Boris.
I thank my right honourable friend. I will not only try to imitate Horatio Nelson, I will lash myself to the mast, figuratively speaking, like Odysseus, and stop my ears to the siren cries of those opposite who would try to frustrate the will of the people and block Brexit. That's what they want to do. We're not going to let them do it, Mr. Speaker.
Liz Savile-Roberts.
And could I congratulate the resilience and resoluteness of intent of the opposition leaders in the face of the Prime Minister's incontinent goading. This government will abide by legislation to extend Article 50 unless this House decides otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court decided that the Prime Minister did not prorogue this place in order to deliver a Queen's speech, but to stymie parliamentary debate. I would not presume to impugn the honour of the Prime Minister, but the Supreme Court clearly does not believe his motives to be, how can I put this? Legitimate. Now, in 2004, the Prime Minister, who was then the Member of Parliament for Henley...
Sit down! Sit down. I'm going to try to be helpful to the honourable gentleman, who's a most dedicated and assiduous member of 2 years' standing. We don't have points of order in the middle of exchanges. I will try to provide a tutorial to the honourable gentleman on another occasion, but the honourable lady will not be prevented from asking her question. She's asking the question, she will ask it, and it will be heard, and the honourable gentleman will sit quietly and listen. Liz Savile-Roberts.
We'll find this relevant, because in 2004, the Prime Minister, MP for Henley at the time, wrote a column in the Telegraph in which he argued that Tony Blair should be impeached as he, and I quote, treated Parliament and the public with contempt over the matter of disclosure of motives and legal advice relating to the Iraq War. The Right Honourable Member even edited a copy of The Spectator, which called for Blair to be impeached for lying. He also signed an impeachment motion.
Order. I have protected the Honourable Lady, and rightly so, from inappropriate attempts to cut her off. But she must ask a question, and I hope that she's... Order! I'm hoping very much that she's approaching the end of her question. She really does need to do so. Liz Saville-Roberts.
And to close that off, the Prime Minister at the time also signed a motion for impeachment of Tony Blair, which was brought forward by the now Leader of Plaid Cymru, Adam Price. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is surely not a man who would like to look inconsistent. So I ask him, does he still believe it to be right and proper to seek to impeach a Prime Minister who has been judged to mislead the public?
Already explained once. Let me say to the honourable gentleman again, in terms that brook of no misunderstanding, now is not the time for points of order. That time will come, and if the honourable gentleman's still interested, he will be heard. But he really does need to learn the procedures in these matters. The Prime Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady very much for her question. I'm glad that she's such an assiduous reader of my column, Mr. Speaker, but I must correct her on two important points, or make clear two important things. The first is that the Supreme Court did not impugn the motives of the government at all. And the second, I think she should bear in mind, is that Wales voted leave.
And Maine.
Speaker, when it suits politicians, they promise elections and referenda. And indeed, in 2008, the Liberal Democrats promised a referendum on the future out of the European Union. In and out. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that those who shouted the loudest for a referendum are now promising revoke, and that is undemocratic, just as it is undemocratic to be bench-blocking and refusing the public the chance to decide to have a government that can be in power, not just in office?
Well, my honourable friend is entirely right, of course, and the absurdity of the Liberal Democrat position is only equalled, and if not surpassed, by the absurdity of the Labour position, because they, after all, are committed to negotiating a new deal with the European Union and then campaigning against it.
Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Prime Minister wants to appear as a strong man, but the strongest thing he could do that would look the best to this country at the moment would be to act with some humility and contrition. There are many of them, but the difference between the Prime Minister and myself is if the Labour Party had done this, I would be ashamed. I would be sorry that the Labour Party had been found to do this. And I ask the Prime Minister, simply, this looks horrendous to the public, and he thinks he speaks for the people. Let me tell you now, it will look much better if the Prime Minister rises to his feet now and says, I am sorry, I got this wrong. Let's try honesty.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady, and I may say that I think, I do accept the judgment of the Supreme Court, as I've said many times, I think, this afternoon. But I also may say to her, in all candour, I think that the humblest and most responsible thing that we could all do as parliamentarians is show that we respect the judgment of the people and take this country out on October the 31st.
Steve Bryan.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Back on the 3rd of September, I asked the Prime Minister, given his view then that the chance of a deal had increased and that things were moving, as he said to me at the time. What evidence of that progress he could put before the House? Now, I think the Prime Minister is unfairly maligned because I have sat face-to-face with him, as have many, and I know he wants a deal. So, in the light of encouraging noises from him and from his ministers in recent days, and as he said in his statement from the EU, could I just ask him again this evening, when he says we are making progress, what that progress looks like? Because I know he needs to bring together a majority in and across this House in order to get it through and to show that to our EU leaders, and I think that he is unfairly maligned, as I say. So, what can he put before the House to give us that encouragement?
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend, and as I said to the House in my opening statement, we've moved a long way off the idea that the withdrawal agreement was the law of the Medes and the Persians, fixed, immutable, graven in tablets of stone. That's absolutely gone. We've moved a long way from the idea that the backstop had to be retained in all circumstances. He will have heard Jean-Claude Juncker himself say that he no longer had any, I think he said, any erotic fixation with the backstop. In concrete terms, the three, and this will perhaps be helpful to the House, the three areas in which progress is being made are the concept of the alternative arrangements, which I know has been discussed many times in this House, and many right honourable members have gone over it many times, but it is a fruitful area of discussion. The second idea, which is also extremely fruitful, is the concept of doing everything we can to maintain the unity of the island of Ireland for sanitary and phytosanitary purposes. And as I'm sure my honourable friend who has studied these matters closely will acknowledge, that is a big concession by the UK government and a big advance, and it needs to be handled with care. We need to get the balance right, but we think that progress can be made in that area. And the third concept, and I mentioned it already in my opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, is the idea of consent. And I think consent holds the key, because the problem with the backstop, as honourable members opposite will recall, because I heard some very good speeches against it from the benches opposite, the problem with the backstop is it doesn't repose the locus of authority here in the UK, and we need to remedy that, and I'm sure he understands that point too.
Gloria De Piero.
Mr. Speaker, I campaigned to remain, the Prime Minister campaigned to leave, but I've always respected the result of the referendum. Now, to be honest, I don't want to work with him any more than he would want to work with me. But we both know that there are areas where both parties reached an agreement in those cross-party talks. So will he publish the areas of agreement from those cross-party talks, and will he use them as the basis for a new bill so we can stop no-deal Brexit and leave by the 31st of October with a deal?
Well, I can tell the honourable lady that I certainly admire the way that she's trying to work cross-party to bring this to a resolution, and I will take up her proposal and do what I can to bring it forward over the next few days. So I appreciate that time is obviously marching and very tight.
Victoria Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Significant numbers of MPs from across the House are coming together to indicate that they are MPs for a deal. Would the Prime Minister confirm, firstly, that he is one of us, secondly, that he is working hard for a deal, and thirdly, that we will have the opportunity to vote on another deal?
I can certainly I thank my honourable friend for what she's doing, and also I think with my right honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, who I think is involved in the cross-party work for members for a deal. I can absolutely guarantee that if and when we are able to bring back an agreement that I think will work for this House and for this country, on October the 17th and 18th, of course, we will put it to Parliament, and I do hope that it will then get assent.
Joanna Cherry.
In my naivety, Mr. Speaker, I thought we were coming to hear a statement on the Supreme Court judgment. But instead we've been treated to the sort of populist rant one expects to hear from the leader of a tin-pot dictatorship, or perhaps the current president of the state. Does the Prime Minister appreciate that his display is anathema to to the democratic constitutional tradition of Scotland, which was upheld in the UK Supreme Court yesterday. And I pray to God, Mr. Speaker, that he won't take his own country onto the rocks. But if he's intent on doing that, will he first of all recognise the democratic mandate of the Scottish Parliament? He spoke a moment ago about consent to be governed holding the key. Exactly. If he must take England on the rocks, and I hope he doesn't, will he recognise the democratic mandate of the Scottish Parliament and agree the means for a second independence referendum to be held in Scotland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I may say, I do congratulate the honourable lady for bringing forward that action, because she did produce an astonishing result. Let's be in no doubt. It was a groundbreaking judgment. It was a novel judgment, and of course, it's had the effect that we can all see before us today. Here we are, back in this House of Commons. But I may say, on her second point, the people of Scotland voted decisively in 2014 to remain in the United Kingdom, the most successful union of nations in history, and they were told that it was a once-in-a-generation vote. I think it absolutely wrong of her now to try to break that promise.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
When the Prime Minister eventually wins an overall majority at the next general election, will he make it a priority of his first majority government to repeal forthwith the ghastly Fixed-Term Parliaments Act?
Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to concentrate on winning that overall majority first, and I share his sentiments entirely.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon has been a horrendous spectacle. We've got a Prime Minister who has broken the law and uses dangerous language of betrayal and surrender, which sows division and worse in the communities that we all serve. And then we have his MPs who clap him for doing so. But what this afternoon has taught us is how important it is that Parliament is sitting through these crucial weeks, because it is only through Parliament sitting that we can hold this government to account. And that's why it's so important that Parliament is not dissolved for a general election or prorogued again, so we can continue to hold this government to account, because if the Prime Minister has broken the law once, why should we trust him not to do the same again?
Well, I must respectfully disagree with the honourable lady in her characterisation of the Surrender Act, because I do think it does. I'm afraid it has done damage. It has done damage, and was intended to damage this country's negotiating position. But I do think that it is also right. It is also right in this context to work hard together to get a deal done and to deliver on the mandate of the people, because I think that is what her constituents would want to see.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend for his firm stance on this whole argument? And can I also ask him that when he comes back, possibly with a deal, it does not mirror in any way, shape or form the deal that has already been thrown out of this House. I, for one, and I believe the people of this country, do not want to remain in a vassal state, or with vassal state status, for years to come. Let's get this done and leave the EU.
My honourable friend is valiant for truth in this matter, and he is right. The problem with the previously existing withdrawal agreement is it does or would keep the UK locked in the EU in tantamount to vassalage, and we will make sure that the deal we do bears no resemblance whatever to that predicament, and we will have a deal that I believe he can fully support.
Next questioner, Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irony is not lost on any of us that prorogation was nothing to do with Brexit, the Prime Minister told us, yet here we are talking constantly about Brexit. But it's a more serious more serious point about our political culture, Mr. Speaker, that I want to raise with the Prime Minister, because those of us who constantly remember our friend Jo Cox need our political culture to change now. It is getting toxic, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's language is violent and his government is dysfunctional. So will he promise us that he will change? And can I ask him, just for this session, to take responsibility for his actions? Can he accept that he acted unlawfully, and bearing in mind that this issue is about advice to our monarch, will he tell us which of his ministers will resign?
I agree with the honourable lady that tempers have become very ragged across the country, and people feel the fever of Brexit, and I agree with her, has gone on for too long. But the best way to sort this out is to get Brexit done. And that is what we want. And I hope that she will join with us in getting a good deal for this country and getting it through this House of Commons.
Justine Greening.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's talked about bringing a deal back to this House. He's also talked about his respect for the law and agreeing to make sure that he complies with the law. So can I ask him to be absolutely explicit that if he does bring a deal back to this House, and this House does what its right is, perhaps, and rejects it, that he will respect that, but he will also respect the so-called Ben bill that this House has passed, and then ask for an extension? And can I just say to him that continuing to call a bill that this House has passed a surrender bill is deeply disrespectful to this place, and he has said he must respect the Supreme Court ruling, and I would simply ask him to respect the decisions of this House too.
I must say to the Right Honourable Lady, and my friend, the Right Honourable Lady, who I've worked with happily over many years, that actually I do think that the Surrender Act has done grave damage. What it would try to do, I speak as somebody who has to sit in...
Order. Can I appeal to colleagues in all parts of the House to calm down and let's have the exchanges. Everybody must speak in terms that he or she thinks fit, and I know we're all conscious of the premium that is placed by Erskine May on moderation and good humour in the use of parliamentary language. The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I repeat that the experience of negotiating with our European friends and partners over the last few weeks has, I'm afraid, confirmed me in my view that the Surrender Act has made it more difficult for us to get a deal. And that is the sad truth, because what they hear is a parliament that is determined not just to stop a no-deal Brexit. That is not their intention. Their intention is to stop any kind of deal at all. That is what they want to do. And I can tell my right honourable friend that we will come out of the European Union on October the 31st, and we will not be extended.
Paula Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I genuinely do not seek to stifle robust debate, but this evening the Prime Minister has continually used pejorative language to describe an Act of Parliament passed by this House. And I'm sure that you would agree, Mr. Speaker, that we should not resort to using offensive, dangerous or inflammatory language for legislation that we do not like. And we stand here, Mr. Speaker, under the shield of our departed friend, with many of us in this place subject to death threats and abuse every single day. And let me tell the Prime Minister that they often quote his words: Surrender Act, betrayal, traitor, and I, for one, am sick of it. We must moderate our language, and it has to come from the Prime Minister first.
Absolutely.
So I would be interested in hearing his opinion. He should be absolutely ashamed of himself.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I've never heard such humbug in all my life. Because the reality is, this is a bill.
Order. I appeal to the House as a whole to debate these issues calmly. I can see the gesticulation from colleagues, and I am not... Order. Mr. Linden, please, allow me to respond. I am not unmindful of the purport of that gesticulation. I have reminded colleagues across the House of the very long-established precepts of Erskine May in relation to the conduct of debate. I must simply say that nothing disorderly has been said. Everybody must make his own or her own judgment as to how to behave in this place, and all members will operate at the level that they think appropriate. If I see that there is disorderly behaviour, I will rule accordingly, and if I hear disorderly words, I will rule them out of order. I wanted to hear the honourable member for Dewsbury, and did so in full, as she absolutely had to be heard. I have listened to the reply. Let's try to respect order. No assistance is required. Let's try to respect each other. The Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just explain why I call it the Surrender Act. And that is because it would oblige us to stay in the EU for month after month at a cost of £1 billion per month. It would take away from this country the ability to decide how long that extension would be, and it would give that power to the EU. It would absolutely undermine our ability to continue to negotiate properly in Brussels. It takes away the fundamental ability of a country to walk away from the negotiations, and I'm afraid that is exactly what it does. And the best way, if I may say respectfully to members opposite who are getting very agitated about this, the best way to get rid of the Surrender Act is not to have voted for it in the first place, to repeal it and to vote for the deal that we are going to do. That is the way forward.
Vicky Ford.
Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents watch Parliament TV, and whilst we were away, they watched Catch Up, including an interesting episode where most eloquently the member from East Dunbartonshire said that she wanted a referendum. It should be an in-out referendum and people should decide. Does my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, agree with me that if the Liberals were Democrats, they should be working for ways to help deliver that referendum and heal the divisions, not create more?
My right honourable friend is entirely right, and the way forward for this House and for this country is to get Brexit done. And I think that actually there are people around this country who are watching these proceedings and who will agree very, very profoundly with what I'm saying. Get Brexit done, and let's take this country forward.
I do just want to emphasise in these proceedings, members must say what they think, and they do, and that's right, on both sides of the House and on different sides of this argument. But I would like to emphasise that I am keenly conscious of the fact that there are members on both sides of the House and indeed on both sides of the Brexit argument, who have been personally threatened and whose families have been threatened. And it is incredibly... No, but members on both sides of the House and on both sides of the argument have been threatened. And I have stated very publicly my revulsion at such behaviour, whether it has affected members on one side or the other, people who are anti-Brexit or members who are pro-Brexit, whose families have been wrongly threatened or whose parents have been abused in their presence. And I would simply appeal to responsible colleagues in all parts of the House to weigh their words. That's all I'm saying. I think that is a reasonable request of members in all parts of the House. It is in our wider interest as a parliament, and it is in the public interest that we respect each other. That is a point which I think shouldn't be difficult to understand. Steve Double. I beg your pardon.
Following the events of yesterday, I've had many constituents contact me. Some are confused, bewildered, some are frustrated and angry. The vast majority of my constituents do not have the funding or the influence or the contacts to pursue matters in the Supreme Court. But what they do have is a vote. And in June 2016, they gave their vote. 64% of my constituency voted to leave, believing that their vote would count and the result would be honoured. Would the Prime Minister reassure my constituents that the events of yesterday will in no way detract from his determination to honour the referendum and ensure we leave the EU?
I can certainly give my honourable friend that absolute assurance, and we are working for a deal on October the 17th, but we will come out, if we must, without a deal on October the 31st.
Mr. Speaker, I have never felt so embarrassed to be a Member of Parliament here this evening. We know the impact of the Prime Minister's language and behaviour is having on the people out there in the country and on us as Member of Parliament. I alone have seen a huge escalation just today in the abuse on social media and the language and incitement that he is causing. This has got to stop. So why doesn't he listen to what the court said yesterday? Say sorry about that. Say sorry. And then let's do the democratic thing. And actually, yes, let's put it back to the people for a final say.
Mr. Speaker, and mindful of what you have said about the Surrender Act, I must say that I do appreciate that tensions on this matter are high, but I want to be very clear with the honourable lady opposite. There is only one way to end those tensions in this country, and that is to get Brexit on. And if she really thinks that by staying on in the EU month after month after October the 31st, those tensions, that acrimony, all that storm on Twitter is going to abate, she's got another thing coming. Let's get this thing done.
Greg Hands.
Speaker, I'm glad to hear of the Prime Minister's continuing commitment to getting a deal. And it seems to me that that deal will inevitably be based around alternative arrangements. He mentioned the discussions in Brussels, but also crucial in this will be discussions in Belfast and in Dublin. Could he give us an update on his meeting with Leo Varadkar on Monday in New York? Did they discuss alternative arrangements, and what is his view?
I really thank my right honourable friend, because he's played a huge role in developing the whole concept of alternative arrangements, and yes, that played a large part in our conversation in Monday with the Taoiseach. I think it would be over-optimistic, Mr. Speaker, to say that that alone can solve the problem. There remain difficult issues, as I'm sure he understands, about customs, and we really must make progress on that issue.
Caroline Lucas.
Mr. Speaker, the tone of the Prime Minister's speech was truly shocking, and if he says that he recognises that tensions are inflamed, then it is up to him not to stoke them further, whipping up hatred, treating Parliament with contempt and dividing our country still further. Now, this populist rhetoric isn't only unfitting for a Prime Minister, but it is genuinely, seriously dangerous, as our friends across the aisle have just said. So I ask him again a very simple question. If he trusts the people as much as he says he does, then why will he not allow them to have a final say on his deal? He says he wants to get this over quickly. That is the quickest way to get a resolution to this crisis.
Obviously, I would like Parliament to have a say on the deal that we do, but I think the best way to get the people to have a say is to have a general election, and I hope she will support that.
You can't.
Mr. Kevin Hollingbrake.
Mr. Speaker, one of the precedents quoted by the Supreme Court yesterday was a 1965 ruling that a government could not deprive individuals or companies of their assets without fair compensation. What implications does my right honourable friend think this might have for a future Labour Party manifesto?
I'm delighted that my right honourable friend has mentioned that with his characteristic acuity in his support of property and the rights of people across this country, because they are going to be despoiled if the right honourable gentleman opposite ever got anywhere near power. He has a Maduro-esque plan to take away private property from great schools across the country, and indeed to incur the taxpayer of the kind that he intended himself, by the way, in an ecstasy of hypocrisy, and thereby to incur the taxpayer with £7 billion of pointless extra cost to pay for the education of the children concerned.
Chris Bryant. Mr. Speaker, since we are definitely going to be sitting for at least a few more days, wouldn't it make more sense for the government to bring forward something that the whole House can agree on? 2 women are killed on average by their domestic partners every week of the year in this country. The government has a domestic abuse bill which is ready to go. Why don't we do second reading of that on Monday or Tuesday? The whole of the House would agree. We'd be able to send it off into committee, and if we were eventually to have another Queen's speech, then we'd be able to have carryover for it. It's time we defended the women of this country.
I quite agree with the right honourable gentleman. He's absolutely right, and it is one of the reasons that I want to have a Queen's speech, that we can bring back the domestic violence bill.
Mr. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I draw the Prime Minister's attention to an email I received from Port Equipment Engineering Limited, who are based at Immingham in my constituency? They say the people voted to leave and this has to be respected. Pushing it back further would certainly cause damage to the local area. Please represent us in Parliament and speak of the massive impact this is having and how it will escalate quickly with further problems. Could I urge the Prime Minister to stick to his guns, deliver on the 31st of October. The Port of Immingham is ready and waiting and hopefully getting Freeport status after we leave.
I thought that was coming, Mr. Speaker. Well, I certainly am grateful for his support in my ambition to get Brexit done by October the 31st. And apart from anything else, it will not only help to take the sting out of the current conversation, I think, calm everybody down, but it will deliver the business certainty and confidence that they've been crying out for around the whole United Kingdom.
Lady Herman.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I have to tell the Prime Minister I was shocked that he, as the Prime Minister, should take it upon himself, with his arrogance, to declare the judgment of the Supreme Court as being wrong. It was the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land. 11 judges who were unanimous. But the Prime Minister has declared this evening that their decision was wrong. He hasn't explained the grounds, but he's declared them to be wrong. If the Prime Minister believes that, does the Prime Minister also believe that it is lawful for him to call another lengthy prorogation of this Parliament? And if he has that in his mind, when is he going to enlighten us as to when that prorogation is going to begin?
I'm grateful to the right honourable lady, but what I can tell her is that I do think we need a Queen's speech. I do think that we have a dynamic domestic agenda that we need to push forward, and I will be informing her as well as the rest of the House as soon as we have assessed the meaning of the judgment in its entirety and when it would be appropriate to do so.
How long will it take you?
Rory Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my right honourable friend, I support a Brexit deal, and indeed I voted for it considerably more frequently than my right honourable friend. But if this great party stands for anything, it stands for respect for parliamentary sovereignty and the rule of law. And I would respectfully say my right honourable friend is tiptoeing onto a dangerous path. He's pitting Brexit against Remain, Young against old, Scotland against England, and people against the Parliament. And would my right honourable friend please reflect on the fact that this Brexit deal is not a deal just for the next 5 years. It's the foundation of our relationship with Europe for the next 40, and that requires us to speak with respect, with moderation, with compassion for our opponents in order to provide a foundation that does not just appeal to a single narrow faction, but to every citizen and party in this great country.
Well, thank you. I thank my right honourable friend. I think the juxtaposition actually is between democracy, which we are sticking up for, and the will of the people, and dither and delay, which is what the party opposite is standing for. And that seems to be a very clear dividing line, and I know which side I'm on.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on the Prime Minister referenced the Stasi. So he must rejoice with me the fact that countries across Eastern Europe believe that their independence and sovereignty is enhanced by their membership of the European Union, just as the rule of law is enhanced by that membership. So, if all of the criteria are fulfilled by the, let's call it, the Parliamentary Sovereignty and Rule of Law Act, and if he is still Prime Minister on the 19th of October, will he reassure me, when I don't think he respects the rule of law anymore, reassure me, prove me wrong, tell me he'll sign that extension?
Mr. Speaker, if he doesn't want to call it, what about the Humiliation Act? Will that do any better? Because that's what it's intended to do. But on his substantive point about respecting the rule of law, I've made that clear several times to this House. We will, of course, respect the law.
Mr. Richard Graham.
Speaker, the problem with the bill that the Prime Minister calls the Surrender Act is that many of those who supported it were not so much against no deal as against leaving the European Union altogether. But there are many of us, on both sides of the House, who support the Prime Minister's stated goal of coming back with a deal from the European Union October Council and leaving the EU at the end of October. Can I therefore urge my right honourable friend, firstly, to maximise the 2 weeks negotiating opportunity, and secondly, to reach out across the House to all those on both sides who genuinely want to leave the EU, but in the best possible way.
Of course, I thank my right honourable friend. He's completely right, and we will reach out to members across all sides of the House, and I hope that our overtures will be received in a kindly spirit.
Helen Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say, I feel that the Prime Minister's goading of my colleagues from Yorkshire reveals that he has changed little since he was a student burning £50 notes in front of homeless people. I do have a real question. The problem is this was billed as a statement on the Prime Minister's update. Rather than just talking about vague concepts, could the Prime Minister tell the House what proposals he has tabled to the European Union? Good question.
Mr. Speaker, the right honourable lady opposite has made an allegation about my conduct as a student, which I'm afraid, if it were allowed to stand, would enter the record. She has no evidence for it whatever, because it is completely untrue. And I would like you to ask the right honourable lady to withdraw it.
Well, I'm most grateful to the Prime Minister. The honourable lady has said what she said, but the Prime Minister... The Prime Minister from the dispatch box, and with the full authority of his office, and knowing his own background, and recognising the duty of every member to speak the truth in this chamber, has exercised his freedom, and quite rightly so. The Prime Minister, I think, would readily acknowledge that in the light of all that, he doesn't require any additional protection from me. He has put the record straight, and it's there. It's on the record, and I thank the right honourable gentleman. Caroline Noakes.
Mr. Speaker, what matters in this place is not just language, but also tone. I noted that my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, earlier spoke of political cowardice. I wish to speak to him of political bravery. Politics is the art of the possible. I genuinely believe it is possible for him to get a new deal. Further, I believe it is possible for it to pass this House. But it would be politically brave not simply to reach across the House, but brave to put his arms around the House.
I thank my right honourable friend, and I will do my best. I will do my best to do... Mr. Speaker... It's an invitation that is clearly not universally welcomed, but I do share her idealism. I do think there is a chance for us now to do our duty by our constituents and to put this matter to rest, and in a way that I think will greatly alleviate the tensions that are now current in our country. And I think it will be a great thing for our country if we do that. So I will follow her urgings and do my best to show the spirit that she asked for.
Well, I think the moment has arrived for the honourable gentleman member for Kingston upon Hull East, whose noisy activities I was remarking upon in a number of cities around the world last week. We so often hear him yelling from a sedentary position. Let's now hear him from a standing position. Mr. Carl Turner.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I think it really is an absolute disgrace that the Prime Minister has been dragged here by the most senior judges from the highest court in the land, because the advice that the Leader of the House gave to Her Majesty the Queen was held to be unlawful. But he comes here laughing and joking and using aggressive language when honourable members on this side make very salient and serious points. Why does he think he can treat the Queen and country with such utter contempt?
Well, I have the utmost respect, not just for the court, but also, of course, for the honourable gentleman. And if I may say, the way in which I think we could all show respect to our constituents, and particularly, I think, his own constituents, who voted very heavily to leave the EU, would be to vote for the deal when we bring it back to you. And I hope you'll support us in the lobbies.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see my honourable friend back in his rightful place a little earlier than perhaps he had assumed it would be, and I hope he remains there a very long time. Can he give me some advice that I can share with my constituents when I try to explain why this Parliament refuses to approve a general election, refuses to vote to leave the EU, refuses to respect the wishes of 17.4 million people, and refuses to honour the views of 73% of my constituents who voted to lose? Can he give me some advice to help me on the doorstep?
I thank my honourable friend, and he is completely right. The way to address the feelings of his constituents, of my constituents, of all of our constituents, and frankly, the way to puncture the great poisonous puffball of Brexit is just to get on and make sure that the very word, and I know there's a lot of anxiety about language, let's make sure that the very word Brexit is never heard in 2020. Wouldn't that be a fantastic thing?
Caroline Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, I'm bitterly disappointed that Parliament didn't have the chance to agree to forego the nearly 4 weeks of the conference recess so we could spend more time together. But I'd have to say to the Prime Minister, in seeking to prorogue Parliament, I think he's shown a serious lack of judgment. And I only hope that and his tone improves from today. Can I ask the Prime Minister, should he secure a deal with the EU27 at the EU summit in October, will he invite Parliament to have a vote to ratify, under a meaningful vote, on Saturday the 19th of November, that deal, and by doing so, meet the terms of the EU Withdrawal No. 2 Act?
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I think the Honourable Lady meant to say October rather than November. What I can certainly tell her, and I thank her very much with the sincerity with which she approaches this issue, and clearly I do want to work together with all members of the House of Commons to try to get this thing done. We will, if we can get a deal at the summit, we will of course be putting it to Parliament.
Charlie Elphick.
Mr. Speaker, I backed Remain in the referendum, but my constituency and my country decided otherwise. And so I thought it was my duty as a member of this House to accept those instructions and that mandate and execute it faithfully. And my constituents say, after 3 years, this Parliament has achieved nothing. It is a rump Parliament. So can I ask the Prime Minister, what representations has he had from the minor parties in relation to a confidence vote or an election vote, as well as the Labour Party, to bring forward a general election so that people can have their say and settle this question for good?
Thank you. I'm afraid my honourable friend is absolutely right. I've yet to hear either from the main opposition party or indeed any of the opposition parties that they're willing to take up our democratic challenge. But I want to thank him and to congratulate him for what he has done for Dover, where I have been and been very, very impressed with the level of preparations. And honourable members opposite who are anxious might educate themselves by going to see what has been done at Dover. And I congratulate my honourable friend for the leadership that he has shown.
Karen Barr.
Tonight, the Prime Minister has made calculatedly inflammatory comments against parliamentarians, and he will be accountable for the consequences of that language. But I want to ask him about the judiciary. In the last 36 hours, we have seen an unprecedented onslaught on the impartiality and integrity of our judges. Parliamentarians, and particular ministers of the government, have a duty to uphold the independence and integrity of the judges. So will he take the opportunity that he did not take earlier when asked by the Leader of the Opposition and distance himself specifically from the comments of the Leader of the House that yesterday's judgment was a constitutional coup?
I'm not going to comment on anything that was said by any member of the Cabinet, but what I can say during Cabinet, because that would be totally wrong, because of course there is a risk of serious distortion in the reporting. What I can say is that the government has the utmost respect for the judiciary and indeed for the judgment, and that is why we're all here today. And I think it has actually been to the advantage of the House to hear a little bit about the negotiations, but I think the House will also understand that some of the measures that have been passed by the House, or at least one of the measures that has been passed by the House, has not made negotiation any easier. And I'm just saying that to you in all candour and sincerity. And I think honourable members know that.
Mr. David Tredynick.
Mr. Speaker, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Am I right? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My voice is restored. My right honourable friend has talked about a surrender act, which I think is quite accurate. Does he recall, as I do, because I was in the House at the time, the 1989 Community Charge Act, which was persistently described as a poll tax by the opposition, deliberately to stoke up anger and opposition in the country.
I appreciate the good humour of the honourable gentleman. I'm sorry that he was struggling with his throat, but it was suggested to me that he could usefully take a herbal remedy. The Prime Minister.
I thought that was coming, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend, my right honourable friend. He makes a very good point. And all I will say again, at the risk of further inflaming my friends opposite, I must say that the bill in question, the Capitulation Act, has done material damage to this country's ability to negotiate. And I think that they should reflect on that, because in an international negotiation, it is very important that the UK is able to deploy every possible arsenal, every possible negotiating tool. And I'm afraid that an attempt has been made to weaken our hand. There's no question of it.
Yes. Tracy Brabin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hearing from the Prime Minister words like the Humiliation Act, the Surrender Act, the Capitulation Act, all of these words are suggesting that we, because we disagree with him, we are traitors. We are not patriots. Nothing could be further from the truth. Now, this may be a strategy to set the people against the establishment. I would like to gently suggest he is the establishment and we are still people. As the woman who has taken over a seat that was left by our dear friend Joe Cox, can I ask him, in all honesty, as a human being, please, will he, going forward, moderate his language so that we will all feel secure when we're going about our jobs?
Can I say that the surest far away? Well, no, Mr. Speaker, I think of course there will be an attempt to try to obfuscate the effect of this act, but it does, the Capitulation Act or the Surrender Act or whatever you want to call it, it does, I'm sorry, but it greatly enfeebles this government's ability to negotiate. But what I will say is that the best way to honour the memory of Joe Cox, and indeed the best way to bring this country together, would be, I think, to get Brexit done. And I absolutely do. And I think that it is the continuing inability of this Parliament to get Brexit done that is causing the anxiety and the ill feeling that is now rampant in our country. And get it done and we will solve the problem.
James Cartledge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whatever one calls the European Union Withdrawal Act #2, is it not a fact? It does not take no deal permanently off the table. It would delay it till the end of January. And does he agree there are only two ways for those of us who are concerned about no deal to stop that outcome permanently? That is either to revoke Article 50, with all that implies for democracy, or it is to do the right thing, come together and pass a deal, which I have every confidence he will obtain in the European Council.
I congratulate my honourable friend, because that is exactly the right answer. I think the best way forward genuinely for our country is to come together and to do a deal. And that is what I hope that colleagues will do.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that the Prime Minister and his government tried to unlawfully prorogue this place. The Prime Minister has come here today without a shred of humility. He has been using divisive language and has failed to offer an apology. So I will ask him once again, as many members have tried to, will he now apologise to the people in my constituency and the wider country for trying to shut down democracy? And will he also commit to ensuring that he will not attempt to try and prorogue this House again?
I say, Mr. Speaker, I think the best way to shut down democracy in this country and to erode trust in our political institutions is to fail to deliver on the will of the 17.4 million people who voted to leave. And that is what we're going to do.
Bob Seeley.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there have been some challenges for the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been some challenge.
I've known the honourable gentleman member for the Isle of Wight for a long time, and I'm not surprised, but very pleased to see that, notwithstanding some sedentary heckling, the honourable gentleman's still got a smile on his face, and that's a good thing. Bob Seeley.
He blocked in that ear because I can't hear them anyway. There have been some challenges for the Prime Minister in recent weeks, but is he aware that the more the people, my folks on the Isle of Wight, see the obstacles being put in his way, whether political, from people in this House or European leaders or others, including judges, the more that they are willing him on, the more that they want him to stick the course to deliver Brexit on the 31st of October and restore trust in our politics.
I thank my honourable friend, who is a doughty and mighty campaigner for the Isle of Wight, as I've seen myself, and I thought he was going to ask me about the island deal that we're going to do, but I can assure him that we are, don't worry. But he's totally right. There are obstacles being thrown in our path. The conversations are difficult, but I think with goodwill from the other side of this House, we can still do it.
Peter Kyle.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has proven that when you live behind a wall of armed police officers, you can be as irresponsible as you like with your language, because he will never have to live with the consequences of the people who have been speaking up to him today in all sincerity. But when it comes to the Supreme Court case, which this is supposed to be about today, could he explain something? Every other participant in the case provided witness statements that were sworn. Why didn't he, and why didn't the government?
The government and provided all the evidence that we were asked. All the evidence that we were asked to provide. And I may say, he talks about. I was mayor of London for 8 years. I cycled. I went around everywhere with a bicycle, on a bicycle, with no protection whatever, and I was very proud of it. And believe me, the best way to ensure that every parliamentarian is properly safe, and we dial down the current anxiety in this country, is to get Brexit done. And so I hope you'll support us.
But Peter says.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether the bill is referred to as the Ben Bill, the Humiliation Act, the Capitulation Act or the Surrender Bill, does my right honourable friend agree with me that it still has the same effect of ceding, giving up or yielding control of when we leave the EU to the Europeans, weakening his hand to get a deal in the first place?
My honourable friend is, I'm afraid, absolutely right. And so all those who deprecate the description of this bill, the best thing that they could do, in my view, is repeal it, get rid of its effect, or even better, support us in going for a better deal.
Yeah, okay.
Tom Brake.
No contrition, no shame and no apology for breaking the law. Does the Prime Minister understand why many people in this country think he's unfit to be our Prime Minister?
I think that the right honourable gentleman could easily test that proposition if he had the gumption to go for a general election, or indeed a vote of no confidence, which he's failing to do.
Alex Chalk.
The Prime Minister secures a deal, I will vote for it. Does he agree that the British people are fed up with hearing for 3 years what this House is against, and it's high time that it heard what this House is for?
My honourable friend has spoken for Cheltenham, and he is completely right. That is what the people of this country want to see. They want to see us coming together, agreeing on a way forward, getting Brexit done, and then getting on with a dynamic one-nation Conservative agenda, and that's what we're going to do.
Thangham Debonair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 hours and 7 minutes, the Prime Minister has mocked us, belittled us, told us it's his way or nothing, used language that he knows incites fear, he's patronised us, he's shown disregard for the law, he's tried to make us feel that our views have no value when we are trying to represent our constituents. He's done all of this over the most important matter of our times at a time of national crisis. I'm not asking him to apologise to us, although I think he should. I'm asking him to apologise to my constituents who didn't want us to be prorogued in the first place and who yesterday the Supreme Court said they agreed with him. So I ask him now, will he apologise to the people of Bristol West and start taking this House seriously?
I thank her, but I do take this House exceptionally seriously, and I may say to her that I certainly do, and I think that actually it is our constituents, all of them, across this whole country, who feel that their opinions are being undervalued, because they expressed an opinion 3 years ago, and this House, in spite of countless promises, has failed to implement that opinion. And I suggest the best thing is to get on and do it.
David Duquette.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The SNP, as vocal as they are, want to ignore the 2016 result and have another Brexit referendum.
We won in Scotland.
As if by magic, I could have almost scripted that response. Because they are also, by shouting out that they won in Scotland, it wasn't a Scotland-wide vote. It was a vote by individuals, as is any referendum. But it just shows that they have also ignored the 2014 referendum, in which the people of Scotland voted to remain in the United Kingdom, who is the member state of the EU that is leaving the EU. So can the Prime Minister confirm that only the Conservative Party in Scotland and across the United Kingdom are committed to delivering on both of those people's votes?
Fantastic. I thank my honourable friend, because he is perfectly right, and I've seen at first hand what a fantastic campaigner he is for his own constituents, and there is a sharp distinction between him and the Scottish Nationalist Party, because he has a plan, once we take back control of Scotland's extraordinary fisheries, to boost that industry, whereas they, of course, would hand it back to Brussels. And I congratulate him on what he's doing.
Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Times today said the whole point of Conservative government is to provide an executive aware of its limitations and sensitive to the dangers of overreaching them. A Tory believes that the rule of law is always to be preferred to arbitrary power. Without these things, what is the point of the Conservatives? The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, has just told my friend that the best way to honour the memory of Joe Cox is to get Brexit done. He has broken the law and he has not apologised for it. Constituents of mine, good Conservative voters, are asking themselves, what on earth has the Prime Minister done to his party, let alone our country? Will he now resign?
I have the utmost respect for the law and indeed for the judgment of the Supreme Court. But I think what the people of this country want us to do in this Parliament, as I have said several times already this evening, is to deliver on the mandate of the people. And that is what we are going to do.
Hugh Merriman.
Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, I asked the Prime Minister a question to which he responded, "Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander." Now, I understand what that phrase means, but I've yet to meet a single constituent who does. So can I try again on their behalf? In the event that the Prime Minister gets a deal, which I fully support him with, will he ensure that any member of the Conservative Party benches who doesn't vote for that deal will lose the whip and will lose the right to stand as a Conservative candidate in the general election?
I think I've said what I've said to my honourable friend in the past. I see no reason to go over the point again, because I think what we all want to do is get on and get the best deal possible that can be supported across this House, and that, I think, is the best way forward for this. And they say they're not going to vote for it under any circumstances, and that is because they want to stop Brexit. It's perfectly clear from what they're saying.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Government maintain that they did not seek the prorogation in order to frustrate Parliament talking about Brexit. The Supreme Court ruled 11-0 that that was not true. But the Prime Minister still maintains that the court was wrong. So will he agree to take a public lie detector test?
I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, you think the honourable gentleman's question is in order. I will answer him nonetheless by pointing out what he should know if he had read the judgment or listened to the judgment, but the court did not impugn the motives of the government at all.
Mike Wood.
Mr. Speaker, the main constitutional functions of this House are to choose and sustain a government and to legislate. Since this Parliament seems incapable of doing either, isn't the correct constitutional way forward a general election so voters can decide between a Conservative government to deliver on the Brexit referendum or one of the parties opposite to overturn it?
My honourable friend is completely right, and it is quite extraordinary that the so-called party of the people absolutely refuses to trust the people. And I urge them once again, I think there's still time, if they want to go for a no-confidence vote, now is the moment.
Meg Hillier.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister believes himself, by all reports, to be a great statesman. This House, in passing the Withdrawal 2 Act, simply changed the parameters of the discussions he needed to have with Europe. It didn't prevent him having those discussions. If he's the great statesman he is, why can he not then be sure that he can come back with a deal? Because all this House has ruled out is no deal. And, Mr. Speaker, he has not answered the question from my honourable friend from Bishop Auckland. No. What negotiations is he having? What has he put on the table for Europe? Because we are now a month or so to go before he needs to come back with that agreement to this House.
I wonder whether she has ever conducted a negotiation in which she has agreed at the outset that the negotiation must, in any event, conclude in favour of the other side. Because if she has, then I think she will understand what her side of the argument tried to do with the surrender, capitulation, humiliation bill, or whatever you want to call it. We won't be bowed, or we won't be daunted by this. We will get on and try to get the best deal possible, nonetheless, as I think the honourable lady is advocating.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we've seen today in this House, Mr. Speaker, is more than 70 opposition members who have brought us back here supposedly to talk about Brexit and scrutinise it, when we've actually had 3 years to talk about Brexit in this House, and I have not heard a single original point being made by any member opposite. Has the Prime Minister heard any new argument, and does he think that the people in this country are interested in what's being said by members opposite, or are they interested in what the priorities that he would want to put forward in a Queen's speech?
I thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend. I think what the people of this country want to hear is not just that we're going to get Brexit done on October the 31st, which we will, but also that we're going to come forward with a one-nation Conservative agenda to take this whole United Kingdom forward. And that is what we are going to do. And I hope, by the way, that we will have the support. I mean, I've been listening very carefully, watching the expressions on the faces of members opposite very, very carefully. I think there is more support on the benches opposite for a deal than they might currently live. And I hope they will nurture that feeling, because that is the right way forward for our country.
Angela Crawley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority of my constituents did not vote for Brexit. Scotland did not vote for Brexit. This government has no mandate in Scotland. This Prime Minister has no mandate in Scotland. The fact is, he has no respect for the Constitution or rule of law. So why should Scotland not vote to leave this union?
I would just remind the honourable lady that more people in Scotland voted for Brexit than voted for the SNP.
Owen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has smirked and smeared his way through this statement this evening, dismissing the ruling by the Supreme Court as novel, when we all know, Mr. Speaker, the country knows that it was a damning indictment of this Prime Minister and his abuse of his power to try and gag Parliament. If he had a shred of decency or integrity, he would apologise to this House, to the country, and he would resign. I've no doubt he's going to do none of those things. He's also steadfastly refused to say that he will not do it again and prorogue this House once more. So can I ask him again, will he guarantee that he won't try and pull this stunt again and seek prorogation?
Mr. Speaker, I think the House and the country does need a Queen's speech, and we will be examining the judgment to see exactly how that should be brought forward in this new context. And all I can say is that if he wants to remove me from office, which I think is what he said he wanted to do, then he should encourage his right honourable friend to screw his courage to the sticking place and have a general election.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I wish the Prime Minister and his team well in the negotiations as they continue, because I'm convinced that there is a majority in this House, contrary to what some say, for leaving with a good deal. And I believe that he will bring that to this House. However, he will remember a discussion I had with him earlier this year about freedom of speech. And with freedom of speech, on which we both fully agree, comes responsibility. And sometimes that responsibility means not saying what one maybe would like to say. Words like surrender, words like betrayal, words like treason. However, I would finally just ask him if he remembers the fable of Aesop, both of us being classicists, about the sun and the wind, and who it was that won. It wasn't the wind that won by blowing everybody, by blowing the person because he wrapped the coat further around himself. It was the sun who, by coming out, banished those clouds and made the man take his coat off. And maybe he should be the Sun King and not the King of Wind.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his. I remind him of the other fable of Aesop, of course, about the man with. Who had allowed his hair to be plucked. He had black hair and he had white hair, and he allowed two women, I think it was, to pluck out one hair after the other until he was totally bald. And I think that's a parable of a tale that might be of use to the right honourable gentleman opposite, because he cannot make up his mind about whether he's in favour of leave or remain. And the way to take this country forward is to deliver on the wishes of the people, and come out of the EU. And that is the way to dial down all emotion and all anxiety in this country. Now, as for some of the language that he ascribed to me, I don't think I've ever used those words, and I'd be happy if he could clarify that point.
Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's political hero, Sir Winston Churchill, when threatened with deselection by Chamberlainites in his Epping constituency in the 1930s, said, "What is the use of Parliament if it is not the place where true statements can be brought before the people?" He understood the role of Parliament not simply as delegates to this place, but as representatives, as servants of the people, but also as guardians of the national interest. And there are certain pillars upon which our democracy rests: Parliament, the judiciary, the free press, and the pillars of civil society. Does the Prime Minister not understand that in the way that he has conducted himself, whether the unlawful prorogation of this Parliament, the use of his language in the chamber, the way in which he has withdrawn the whips
from people behind him who seemingly have more regard for Conservative values than he does? Does he not understand that maybe he is the problem and not the solution? And if he really believes in consent, there are two ways to go back to the people. The first way is to honour the law passed by this House to seek an extension to Article 50, and we will gladly troop through the lobbies behind him. The other is to put a deal or no deal to the people in a confirmatory vote. Both of those ways will unlock the parliamentary deadlock. The only question is whether he has the courage to do it.
Mr. Speaker, to what end? To what end? Why does he want to... I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, why on earth the honourable gentleman, who I normally admire, normally speaks sense, why on earth would he want to stay in the EU beyond October the 31st? What is his purpose? What is his purpose? If he wants... The people have spoken. It would cost another £1 billion a month. I simply fail to understand his logic.
I just want to ask the honourable gentleman, the member for Walsall North, before calling him, whether he can confirm, if he can, that's fine, that he has been here since 6:30 without interruption, without going out of the chamber at any stage. Without interruption. Very good. Mr. Eddie Hughes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was inspired to get to my feet because of the excitement in the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to draw attention to the fact that on the 27th of April, as a humble backbencher, the Prime Minister visited my constituency, and just 4 or 5 days later, we won 2 more council seats. However, the Leader of the Opposition recently visited my constituency about 10 days ago, and since then, I've got 5 new members of the party. Does the Prime Minister believe that this net effect might explain the hesitance on the part of the Leader of the Opposition to try to call a general election?
I remember well that happy afternoon we spent in J.D. Wetherspoons, as I seem to recall. And I noted the popularity of my honourable friend with his constituents, but I also noted their determination to get Brexit done on October the 31st, and that's what we're going to do. And I hope for the support of the benches opposite.
Lillian Greenwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court judgment yesterday began, and I quote, "It is important to emphasise that the issue in these appeals is not when and on what terms the UK leaves the European Union." So, without reference to Brexit, will the Prime Minister now apologise to this House and to the people of this country for giving unlawful advice to the Queen when he tried to silence this Parliament?
I refer the honourable lady to what I've already said. We respect the judiciary, we respect the Supreme Court, but I humbly disagree with what the justices have said.
Gillian Keegan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to Brexit should lie in this chamber, but after more than 3 years of discussion, people are beginning to despair of their politicians. Those like me who voted to remain have had to compromise. I have now voted 3 times to leave, and I do hope I get a 4th opportunity. But would the Prime Minister agree it is not more time that this chamber needs, but more compromise? There is no point in any extension without compromise, and if they cannot compromise, they must call a general election.
I really think that my honourable friend puts her finger on the issue, because this has been an opportunity in this crucible of the nation, in this intellectual forcing house, for honourable members, if they had any solutions, if they had any ideas of how to take forward a deal between us and our much valued European Union friends and partners, if they had a single notion about how to do it, this would have been the moment. If they thought I was doing something, I was missing a trick, or there was some idea that they had, we haven't heard anything. Nothing remotely positive. Not a single idea. Zilch from the people opposite. And I think that will have been noted by people watching.
Mary Black.
In 2014, as has been pointed out, Scotland voted to remain in the UK. And it did so on the promise that the only way to ensure our EU membership was through voting no to independence. 2016 came, we had another referendum, and Scotland, my constituency, and every other constituency in Scotland voted to remain in the EU. So I was going to ask the Prime Minister, since he's brought us towards this no-deal chaos, I was going to ask him if he'd stocked up on enough Brasso for his neck, but seemingly he doesn't need it. So what I will say is, just where does he even begin to justify the absolute hell he's about to put on my constituents? And more so, just how gullible does he think they are?
Well, obviously, if she really disagrees so vehemently with the course that we're embarked on, then she is at liberty to table a no-confidence motion to go for an election. She's curiously desisting from she's refusing to do that. But I would remind her that actually what we're trying to achieve is a deal. And she's smiling because I hope that she supports that outcome. And I hope we can count on her presence in the lobbies if we're lucky enough to get one.
Jack Dromey.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister sought to close down Parliament, there are those in his government who've sought to silence the voice of employers speaking out about their concerns on Brexit. That was revealed last week by the Financial Times, 4 different employers' organisations. Will the Prime Minister condemn such behaviour and say in unequivocal terms that there can be no question ever of that voice of dissent being muzzled, preventing truth being told to power?
Can certainly give the honourable gentleman that assurance. I'm not aware of any such muzzling, except, of course, the muzzling of the right honourable gentleman I referred to, the Leader of the Opposition, who has been tragically forbidden by his colleagues from going for a general election.
Mr. David Linden.
Mr. Speaker, we know that when the Prime Minister was a student in the Bullingdon Club, he used to go around smashing up restaurants and vandalising places, but at the moment he seems intent on doing that with our institutions, whether it's the judiciary, whether it's with the Constitution, whether it's Parliament. So when's he going to realise that he's no longer in the Bullingdon Club and he's actually the Prime Minister of a country and should start behaving like it?
I think the best thing we can all do for the institutions of our country and for the respect in which they are held is to deliver on the mandate of the people and get Brexit done. And if you don't like the policy that I'm embarked on, if the right honourable gentleman doesn't like the policy that I'm embarked on, then he is at liberty, even at this late hour, Mr. Speaker, even at 9 o'clock, he is at liberty to go for a general election.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister please explain fully and clearly to the House and the nation exactly how getting on with Brexit is honouring our beloved colleague and sister Jo Cox, given that she was violently killed whilst campaigning with her young family to remain in the EU?
Thank you so much, Ms. And I can, I think, explain exactly what I mean, because I believe that the continuing failure to deliver on the mandate of the people has greatly exacerbated feelings. And the best way to reduce that tension is, as I say, to get it done. And then the whole country can move on. And believe me, that is, I think, where my constituents are, and I bet it's where the majority of our constituents are as well.
Drew Hendry.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the damning indictment of Scotland's highest court, the Court of Session, and then the judgment of the Supreme Court, this Prime Minister has refused to resign. He won't apologise. If the Queen can't even trust him, why should anybody else?
Mr. Speaker, the court, as I've said several times, it did not impugn in any way the government's motives, and it is open to test what he says, as I say, in a general election if he wants.
Angela Smith.
Speaker, in the event that the provisions of the European Union Withdrawal No. 2 Act are triggered because of a failure to bring a deal back to this House, will the Prime Minister commit to not only obeying the letter of that law, but the spirit of it as well?
To get on, Mr. Speaker, and deliver a deal, and in any event we will obey the law and we will not extend.
Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must confess I'm somewhat confused, and so I'm asking the Prime Minister for a bit of guidance here. We have a situation where quite a large amount of legislation was lost, or would have been lost, if this Parliament had been prorogued. Things which I think could quite easily have got through, the most obvious example of which was the domestic violence bill. At the same time, we have a Prime Minister who does not have an overall majority and an Attorney General who is saying that this is a dead Parliament and we need to have a general election. Now, I would agree with my leader, obviously, that we do need to have a general election and we need to get rid of the current government when it is safe to do so. But if we're going to have a general election, if we're going to have a new Parliament and a new government, what on earth is the point of a Queen's speech? Why would you prorogue Parliament and have a Queen's speech just before going to the country, other than as a ploy to use the Queen to promote your own manifesto?
As I said many times to the House, I don't want an election. It's open to the member opposite to try to persuade his colleagues to vote for a Queen's speech and to vote for the very progressive measures that we will bring forward, including on domestic abuse and domestic violence. But if he won't do that, then the logical thing to do would be to go to the country for a general election. But as there are hesitations on the opposition front bench about doing that, which for reasons that obviously I understand.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a long, heated discussion in this chamber, but I think we've all come to the conclusion the best way to move forward is to find some form of consensus. And it's difficult because this House is divided, the country is divided. Can I offer him a true compromise? I will vote for his deal. And that's difficult, because I truly believe he should stay in the European Union, and so do the people in Bath who voted for me. I will vote for his deal if he will vote to put it back to the people. And I will guarantee him, he will get a majority in his House for this compromise in the country, and after that, Brexit will be done.
Yeah, I may say, Mr. Speaker, what that shows is that you can't trust the Lib Dems, because her party, she wants a second referendum, but her party leader, as I understand it, just doesn't even want us to revoke the whole thing.
Debbie Abrahams.
I'm overcome, Mr. Speaker, by an immense sense of sadness from today. This afternoon's debate has been absolutely appalling. Anybody watching this will wonder what on earth is going on. And the calibre of the leadership that's been offered, the language and the tone, are not what should be represented of the leadership of this country. It is absolutely shocking. So can I ask the Prime Minister why he thinks getting Brexit done will actually solve anything, given that it's an absolute illusion, unless you are absolutely intent that there's never going to be any relationship with our nearest neighbours. Why does he think the 31st of October will get everything done?
I thank the honourable lady, and I appreciate the sincerity with which she makes her points, but I must say it is my strong belief that if we fail to get Brexit done, the disappointment, the sense of rejection, the sense that the public has been cheated of what they were promised will be very, very grave indeed. And I'm afraid the only way to alleviate the current tensions in the country is to deliver on the mandate of the people in a positive, confident and optimistic spirit. That is what we need to bring to this, and I hope she agrees.
Richard Burden.
I say to the Prime Minister that something that really disturbs me about the way he's conducting himself tonight and the way some of his colleagues have conducted themselves in recent days has been the sense of privileged entitlement that they have been exuding throughout. Privileged entitlement that led him, during this statement, to describe as humbug when an honourable member talked about the threats that she was receiving. A sense of privileged entitlement that led the Leader of the House to describe when 11 justices in the Supreme Court of this land decided on the basis of evidence that the Prime Minister had broken the law, described that as a constitutional coup. Does the Prime Minister agree that it is a constitutional coup, yes or no?
I don't think there could be any clearer example of a sense of privileged entitlement for a parliamentarian to decide that he is in a position to substitute his own discretion for the will of the people when he clearly promised the people that that will would be respected and upheld.
Carol Monaghan.
Mr. Speaker, since coming to office, the Prime Minister has lost 6 out of 6 votes in Parliament. He's lost a by-election. He's sacked his own majority. He's lost a case in the Supreme Court, and he's advised Her Majesty the Queen to act unlawfully. So he's got some brass neck to stand there at the dispatch box without a shred of humility and without apologising. So I've just asked the Prime Minister, what would it take for him to apologise for his actions?
Mr. Speaker, I've tried to show every possible humility today, both to the House and to honourable members, and indeed to the Court and to its judgment. But the best way we can all collectively show humility as parliamentarians is to deliver on the will of the people. And that is what we're going to do. I would add that we could also show some humility by stopping to talk exclusively about ourselves, to stop talking exclusively about Brexit, and to get on with delivering on the priorities of the British people. And that is why we wanted to have a Queen's speech, because I think they want to hear what we're going to do to support their healthcare services, to bring down crime on their streets, and to improve their schools. And those are the priorities of this government.
Andrew Slaughter.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The judgment of the Supreme Court found the Prime Minister had acted unlawfully and outside his powers in the advice he gave the monarch. He's just said again that he believes that the court was wrong. Could he confirm that he's read the judgment? And if he has, would he point us to the errors of law or fact that he says that the 11 justices made?
If the honourable gentleman would study my statement, he will see exactly what I meant. And my views are shared, by the way, by the Lord Chief Justice and the Master of the Rolls, who I think he would accept are quite eminent legal authorities.
More eminent than him.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This Brexit debacle is certainly an agent for change, and following on the point from the honourable and learned member from Edinburgh South West, the SNP Scottish Government has a mandate to hold an independence referendum, which I hope he respects. The First Minister of Scotland has said she intends, before Christmas, to ask for a Section 30 order to facilitate the referendum in the next year. Can the Prime Minister give Scotland an update? Will he agree to a Section 30 order when the Scottish Government asks for it, so the Scottish Government can hold the mandated referendum, yes or no?
Well, if Scotland will promise it was a once-in-a-generation referendum, and we must respect that promise.
Vernon Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just make this comparison, because I think it's what the British public will see. They will see a Prime Minister who the highest court in the land has acted in a way which is unlawful, and the Prime Minister has refused to apologise. Across the country, Prime Minister, many people in courts, both civil and criminal, are found guilty of various offences. And the magistrates and the judges in many of those cases, the first thing they expect is for those people to apologise, to show some contrition for what they've done. And yet they've seen their Prime Minister this evening and through this session show no contrition, show no apology for what happened, and just simply said in a blustering, boisterous way that I'm just going to carry on. Can the Prime Minister not understand how that appears to people? And I say to him again, it appears again that there's one law for him and one law for everybody else.
Speaker, I think the real contrast is between this party, which is the Democratic Party, which wants to honour the will of the people, and that party, which is trying to obstruct Brexit and will not have a general election.
Chris Leslie.
It's not a party political matter, Mr. Speaker. It's not a party political matter. In fact, it undermines the Prime Minister's attempt to call out extremism or ideology when he himself sort of mines that seam of extremism and populism himself with use of the language of surrender and betrayal in discussing an Act of Parliament signed by the Queen, passed by members of Parliament who were elected, by the way, in 2017 after the referendum, who in all sincerity are doing it because they care about their constituents, they care about their jobs and their livelihoods, they want the rule of law, they care about our parliamentary democracy, and they don't. Honourable members of all parties do not want to have their patriotism impugned in that way.
So by your leave, I'm going to keep my answers pretty staccato from now on, because I've answered these points quite a lot. I think if people care about their constituents, quite proper, of course, that they should, in every possible way, they should honour the will of their constituents and respect our democratic proceedings.
Of course, I completely understand that the Prime Minister will offer his own answers, short or long, as he thinks fit. I just innocently make the observation en passant that repetition is not a novel phenomenon in the House of Commons, and never has been. And I mean, the hour is still quite early. I've been in the chair since 11:30, but I feel I'm just getting started, really. We've got a lot more energy left. I'm not remotely perturbed, and I'm sure the Prime Minister's not running out of energy. I'd be very worried if he were. I'm sure he isn't. And, oh, don't worry about me. I can more than hack it. I can more than hack it. We're a bit longer here than he and I were on the tennis court, but never mind. Jim Cunningham.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to trade insults with the Prime Minister tonight because this is far too serious. I would just advise him to read a book by Senator Fulbright called The Arrogance of Power. But more importantly, we have millions of jobs in the West Midlands that could be at stake if you cannot get a deal. Now, you might say to me, Prime Minister, you had a chance to vote for the previous deal. But having said that, one of the reasons why we couldn't vote for the previous deal, there was no guarantee that funding for research and development, for the universities, for companies like Jaguar Land Rover would continue. Now, I very seriously say to you, in all sincerity, you should go back and make every effort to secure a deal that we can all support.
I could completely agree with what the honourable gentleman has just said, and he's right that we must protect supply chains in the West Midlands, and we, of course, have taken done a huge amount of work to ensure that that is the case. But the best thing we can do is get a deal that gives business certainty and continuity, and then get behind it, and that's what I hope to do.
Hannah Bardell.
Much, Mr. Speaker. It seems blindingly obvious that it is time, given the mess this Prime Minister has made, that he resigns. He can get on the fast train to the history books as the biggest loser. But what I'm really interested to know is that when this Prime Minister looks back on his short but catastrophic time in leadership, what will he be most proud of? Will it be dismantling democracy? Will it be breaking the law? Will it be lying to the Queen? Or will it be being roundly beaten in court by a swathe of girly swats?
Mr. Speaker, when I look back on the 64 days that we've had so far in government, I think I will be proud of 20,000 police officers on the streets of this country. 20 new hospitals, yes, 20 new hospital upgrades, levelling up education funding around the whole country, and providing gigabit broadband, even in Scotland, Mr. Speaker. And let's hope that the incompetent, dissolute, reckless, high-taxing government of Scotland actually implements that initiative and delivers it to the people, or makes way for Conservatives in Scotland who will do it themselves.
Janet Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I originally was going to ask a question about Operation Yellowhammer, but I cannot ignore my honourable friend from Shrewsbury and the experience she had in this chamber. She spoke about the threats that she was experiencing as a woman, but also about other members as well, other female members. And I know the Prime Minister will know about violence against women and girls, and he would also know that the way in which he spoke and the language that he used are words that will linger and words that will do more harm than good. And I ask him to withdraw what he said, and I ask him to reflect on this. Will he do this?
Well, so I think everybody has to reflect on their use of language. But on the other hand, we must get Brexit done. And I say in all we must make sure that we end this national Brexcosis and national anxiety by delivering on the will of the people. And no amount of yammering from the gentleman on the opposite front bench, no amount of yammering from him is going to put us off from doing that. And no amount of synthetic outrage or confected indignation is going to deter us either.
So you guys were... Members opposite are very quick to talk about the economic vulnerability of their constituents. The truth is this country is vulnerable economically because of the uncertainty created by Brexit and the lack of the resolution of the Brexit issue. There is a mountain of money waiting to come to this country, and I believe once Brexit is resolved, it will come and create better jobs, better paid jobs for all our constituents. With that in mind, if members opposite really do care about the economic welfare of their constituents, they should get behind the Prime Minister in getting a deal.
My right honourable friend speaks of what he knows, because he has done so much to attract investment to this country, and there is a huge amount to come, if, as he rightly says, if this House can come together and get a deal over the line. And I hope very much that we can.
Hugh Gaffney.
Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you can't tell us what your proposals are that you have tabled to the EU after several attempts tonight. Therefore, if your proposals fail, will you include an extension so as you can bring it on?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to the member opposite, I think I did set out in some detail the areas in which we are now making progress. But I must say, and I repeat the point I made earlier, we've had almost 3 hours now of conversation in this chamber about an issue that really affects our constituents. I don't think I have heard a single original or helpful idea from the party opposite, not a single suggestion about how they think this country could leave the European Union and deliver on the mandate of the people. Absolutely nothing. Zilch, nada.
Nick Dakin.
Well, that's not true, is it? Because we've heard, and he has welcomed the comments from my honourable friend from Eastwood, my honourable friend from Don Valley. So it would be really good if he could remain consistent to, what he said a little bit earlier in what he says later. That would be a really positive thing. But what I was going to say, Mr. Speaker, is I was going to agree with my honourable friend for Gedling that this Prime Minister believes that the normal rules do not apply to him. And that must be the reason why we've seen no humility this evening in relation to him being judged by the Supreme Court of this land to have given unlawful advice to Her Majesty the Queen. A bit of humility would be very nice.
I think actually that the government as a whole has shown maximum humility in the face of the judgment, and we respect the court. It is not possible for us, alas, to agree with it without great intellectual inconsistency, but we respect what they have had to say. On your point, the Honourable Gentleman's point about ideas, I think perhaps I should make a distinction. Some members have certainly been very positive about the possibilities of doing a deal, and I much welcome that. What I was trying to say, forgive me, was that I haven't heard, in the face of the difficulties that this country has in bringing us together, I haven't heard much by way of original thinking on some of the problems.
Gavin Newlands.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The tone of the Prime Minister this evening has been utterly shameful, and I can't help but feel that the architect of this approach, Dominic Cummings, is irresponsible and dangerous, and I think the Prime Minister should find some new advice as quickly as possible. But, Mr Speaker, I don't think he was clear in his response to my honourable friend, the member for North East Fife. So I'll ask him again, will he deliver a request without caveat for an Article 50 extension on 19th of October, yes or no?
Mr Speaker, we're going to go for a deal, and we're going to come out on October the 31st.
Martin Whitfield.
Grateful, Mr Speaker. To apply the mantra of this government with universal credit to test and learn, if we look at the Supreme Court decision, the judgment, and now with 2020 hindsight, what would the Prime Minister do differently?
Mr Speaker, I think it would be fair to say that this is the Supreme Court is a relatively novel institution, and this is a novel and groundbreaking judgment, even by the admission of the plaintiffs. We will study its implications with great care, and I think the House might like to reflect deeply on it, because I do think the judgment is of great constitutional interest and importance.
Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I oppose the Prime Minister's unlawful prorogation of Parliament because it shut down debate on Brexit but on other issues as well. In September, I asked the Prime Minister to personally step in and prevent the release of Vanessa George, the child abuser that abused babies and toddlers in Plymouth. While Parliament was illegally shut down, she was released early. There's been lots and lots of things that are not good about today's debate. Could the Prime Minister give one good thing and agree to meet the families of the victims of Vanessa George so we can prevent that ever happening again and keep people like Vanessa George behind bars?
The honourable gentleman, I'm aware of the campaigns that have been run not just by him but also by other members for Plymouth in respect of Vanessa George, and I will certainly undertake to meet the families.
Gibson.
Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister has broken the law in closing down Parliament, according to the Supreme Court judgment. Indeed, the Scottish Supreme Court went further and concluded that the Prime Minister had not been honest about his reasons for prorogation. Now, the Conservative Party fancies itself as the party of law and order, so I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, does he believe that all those who break the law should be punished? And does he believe that he is special and that does not apply to him?
Yes. No, Mr Speaker, and that's why we're all here today.
Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Prime Minister congratulated those who sought to challenge the decision to prorogue Parliament in the court, bizarrely given he did not cooperate with that court case, particularly one in the Court of Session. And actually, further to the point made by my honourable friend from Hove, the point was he did not cooperate, surely, because if he did and signed that written, signed affidavit, he would actually be facing potential charges of perjury had he done so.
Absolutely. Prime Minister.
I must respectfully disagree with the point that the honourable gentleman makes, and as far as I'm concerned, the government has treated the court with great respect, and we intend to respect the judgment.
Geraint Davis.
On the issue of ideas, if Parliament continues to resist his desperate pleas for an election in order to enable him to secure a deal, and if Parliament says they will agree that deal but only subject to a public vote, would he prefer that or to inflict a no deal on Britain with all the medicine shortages and problems that would entail? Which would he prefer, his deal with a vote or no deal?
Speaker, obviously I would prefer a deal, and I hope I could count on his support if we were to get one. And as for my desperate pleas for an election, actually, I'm not desperate for an election at all. I rather thought it was the function of the opposition to be desperate for an election. But if he's desperate for an election, then perhaps he could communicate with his right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech to the United Nations yesterday, the Prime Minister used his in-depth research into the tech sector to talk about artificial intelligence and the possibility of a dystopian future. Yet last week, it's reported that his Chief of Staff, Dominic Cummings, instructed that all government data held for UK citizens should be brought together, an extremely dangerous suggestion. So could he tonight assure the House either that no such instruction was given or that will be withdrawn?
Classic Don.
What I can say is that I think what every member of the House would like to see, and what our constituents would certainly like to see, is the maximum efficiency in government. But he tells me he mentioned something of which I was, I'm afraid, hitherto unaware, and I cannot tell him whether he is accurate in what he says. But what I certainly think we should be doing as a country, as I said in the UN last night at 4 o'clock in the morning, I made the point that this is the country that leads in the tech sector in all sorts of ways, and we intend, as part of our government programme, to turbocharge that, and that was one of the reasons why we needed a Queen's speech, and still do.
And fluid.
Mr. Speaker, I've been in this House for 35 years, and I spent 5 years in the European Parliament, 79 to 84, with the Prime Minister's father, who I have to say was a very valuable member of a committee I chaired, because he was a very keen environmentalist. And all I can say after listening to this debate tonight is your father talked a lot more sense than you did, Prime Minister.
I must humbly accept the criticism of the Right Honourable Lady, who I've come to admire over many years, particularly for what her many campaigns, whether it's over the Kurds or the environment, or many other issues where I think she's done a huge amount of good. And she's perfectly right that my father is a great environmentalist, and I do hope that this government will be allowed to fulfil some of his dreams, whether it's on animal welfare or on conservation or the many other issues that he cares about. And that is one of the reasons why I hope to have a Queen's speech in which we can deliver on some of those ideals.
Chris Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister firstly stop stretching out his arms like the dirty centre half who keeps committing the foul when he's cautioned about his behaviour this evening and his rhetoric? Now, can I ask him, who in government is responsible? Who in government is responsible for Parliament being unlawfully prorogued? Who will be sacrificed to save his skin? And when it comes to accountability and shouts of cowardice, does that not apply to him most of all?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are all accountable to the people who send us here, and if we want to verify whether we still have their confidence, then of course the best way to do that is to have a general election.
Clive Efford.
I didn't expect any humility from the Prime Minister today because he has got a track record. But given that he was found to be acting unlawfully and the advice he gave to the Queen and to this House, I'm stunned that the Conservative Party opposite applauded him like a returning hero. It's absolutely shocking, and the public will make their own minds up about that. But he has used... Yes, let's get to the general election, because what the Prime Minister has been doing consistently, and the reason he was found to be acting unlawfully, is because he's used every single device to try to take this country out with no deal. And you can use
use words like surrender bill and all the rest of it, but the fact is that taking this country out with no deal is the least patriotic thing you can do. I did not come here to do damage to my constituents and knowingly vote for it in no deal. So, Prime Minister, my question is, he has said, and he's waved his finger and he's pointed over here and he's saying, if I get a deal, will you vote for it? My question to him is, will the ERG vote for it?
I think that we will get a deal that I think will command the support of the whole House, and I hope it will command the support of the honourable member. And perhaps he might indicate by nodding whether he will vote for it.
Martin Doherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I will not surrender the votes of my constituents who voted to remain, and I will be damned if I will surrender their vote for their country, Scotland, to be an independent sovereign nation. Now, given that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has surrendered his duty to sign the Benn Bill, will he now advise the House, will the Cabinet Secretary sign it on his behalf and take it to Brussels?
We will, thank you, Mr. Speaker, we will, of course, respect the law. We will leave on October the 31st, but I think everybody would agree that the best circumstances in which we could do that would be if all the Labour members and all the Scottish Nationals and all my Conservative friends come together to do a deal. I think the will is there in this House. Let's get it done.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brexit may be a power game for the Prime Minister, but it will have devastating impact on my constituents. And whether he tries to strong-arm this Parliament into a no-deal situation or a bad deal, the reality is that our country is so divided, and therefore it is his responsibility to bring the country together. And his demonstration tonight shows that he does not have those skills, whereas my right honourable friend is reaching out to try and find that way. And therefore, this is no laughing matter. Our country is in a very precarious state, and it's about time this government took this seriously.
Yeah, absolutely.
And therefore, I ask the Prime Minister that no matter which deal he comes back to, that he doesn't pay disregard to the country, and that he will put that deal back to the people to have a final say.
Mr. Speaker, she was going so well. I thought that she was going to say that she would vote for a compromise deal, but I hope that she will think of that, because that is, I think, what her constituents will want to see.
Matt Weston.
Mr. Speaker, 3 weeks ago, thousands of people up and down the country protested about the suspension of Parliament. 600 good people in Warwick and Leamington incensed by that decision. Now we know, as a result of yesterday's Supreme Court judgment, that we were deceived, the people were deceived, and even the Queen was deceived. One of my constituents has described the Prime Minister as the Wizard of Uxbridge. Such is his great illusion and deception. Can I invite the Prime Minister? He wishes for a general election. Come the day, may I invite him to Warwick and Leamington and help me in my campaign to get re-elected?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can't prophesy exactly what my itinerary will be in the course of the general election campaign, but I cannot exclude the possibility that I may indeed pay a visit to the constituency of the Honourable, where I think his opponent has every possibility of success.
Alison Thewlis.
Mr. Speaker, I made some use of the no regression to go and tap doors in my constituency, and it's been quite interesting because I spoke to lots of people who voted no in 2014, and over the past 5 years they've seen the shambles of Brexit, they've seen this Prime Minister unlawfully shutting down Parliament. So can he tell me what this tawdry, pathetic, shambolic, chaotic farce of a Parliament has to offer my constituents?
Well, I may say I congratulate the Honourable Lady on the eloquence with which she's just made the point I tried to make earlier, and she might direct her her wrath at the Leader of the Opposition, because I think it's time we had an election.
Matt Rodder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I've been saddened by the tone of debate in this House tonight. Mr. Speaker, with power should come great responsibility, yet sadly that is not always the case. We've seen the Prime Minister treat this House and indeed the rule of law with a disturbing lack of respect. Does he have any shred of remorse for his behaviour?
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm afraid the straight answer to that is no, because we are the point of view. Although I must repeat the humility with which we approach the judgment of the court and indeed the court itself, but on the substance of the issue, we were only sharing an opinion that was held also by the Lord Chief Justice and the Master of the Rolls, and those are very high legal authorities.
Mrs Sharon Hodgson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst Parliament was unlawfully prorogued, British businesses such as Nissan in my constituency have been putting their products, in that case cars, on ships to export across the world without having any clarity about what the customs arrangement will be when they arrive at their destination up to 6 weeks later. So he's been Prime Minister for 64 days, as he proudly told us before, and as other colleagues have asked tonight numerous times, what has he been doing? Because is he able to give any clarity tonight upon what is going to be in that deal that he has been seeking with Europe in order that those businesses, such as Nissan, who've got cars on ships now, know what is going to happen to them when they arrive in the ports?
I thank her, and obviously I do congratulate Nissan on what they are doing to get ready, also on their stunning manufacturing performance. And we are working very hard to protect supply chains, not just for Nissan, but for all motor manufacturing companies. And the best thing for those companies, as the Leader of the Opposition shouts from a sedentary position, is to get a deal. And to get a deal is not to enfeeble the government's negotiating position by trying to take no deal off the table, which is what he has tried to do.
Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Supreme Court judgment yesterday and the Prime Minister's performance in the House this evening shows that he's not only not fit to be Prime Minister, but he's embarrassing the entirety of that fine office. To respond to my honourable friend from Cardiff North, when she was appealing to him to tone his language that she's got another thing coming, is quite frankly disgraceful. And he may screw up his face, but Hansard will show that that is what he said. The problem that the Prime Minister has is nobody in this House trusts him. He's been asked 5 times this evening if he would abide by all the provisions of the European Union Withdrawal No. 2 Bill, and he refuses to answer the question. So for the 6th and final time, if he doesn't get a deal through this House, or a no deal through this House by the 19th of October, will he seek an extension from the European Union to the 31st of January?
No.
Mr Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was the figurehead for the Leave campaign, a campaign that told lies about the £350 million a week, a campaign that broke the law on data protection, a campaign that broke the law on spending rules and funnelled dark money to the DUP. Earlier this year, the Standards Committee said he demonstrated an over-casual attitude towards obeying the rules of the House. And roughly the same time, the Press Standards Organisation ruled that he wrote an inaccurate article about a no-deal Brexit. He was previously sacked as a newspaper columnist for making up facts. It's a case. He's been a serial breaker of the rules and a serial breaker of the law, as the Supreme Court showed yesterday. Isn't it the case he's never been fit to be in office, and it's high time he did the right thing and quit?
I thank the honourable gentleman. He gives me occasion to remind him that actually we are massively increasing investment in the NHS under this government, another 34 billion, and the policy to which he is committed, and the Leader of the Opposition is committed, would keep this country in the EU at a cost of another £1 billion a month, when you could spend £250 million a week building a new hospital. Is that really what they think is in the interest of this country or of their constituents? It's absolutely absurd.
Order. In a moment, I thank the Prime Minister and the front bench spokespersons and the 111 honourable and right honourable members who questioned the Prime Minister over the last 3 and a bit hours. If the points of order, consistent with the earlier approach, arise specifically from and relate to these matters with which we have just been dealing, I'll take the point of order. I think it would be a courtesy to stay for the point. It would be a courtesy to stay for the point of order. The point of order relates to the matters with which we've just been dealing. Go and sit down. I asked the Prime Minister if he'd be willing to stay, but he doesn't wish to do so. So be it. But the honourable gentleman's point of order will be heard. Point of order, Mr. John MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I regret the Prime Minister has left the chamber. The penultimate question to the Prime Minister was from my honourable friend of Edinburgh South, I believe, which was, in the fulfilment of all the conditions with regard to legislation that this House has passed, would he then abide by that legislation? Now, I might have heard wrong, but I believe the answer was a single word: no. That means that we have passed legislation. My honourable friend, so if all the conditions of that legislation were fulfilled, would he then ensure that the action from an enacted piece of legislation would be taken? We are now moving into new territory where a Prime Minister already found guilty of an unlawful act is now refusing to abide by the law as passed by this House. We are moving into an extremely dangerous position with regard to accountability of a Prime Minister, this House and our democracy itself. I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has left this House, even though it is quite clear you indicated to him that the point of order related to his behaviour. I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to express the view that we expect the Prime Minister to be back in this House to ask that question again.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his point of order. I didn't say to the Prime Minister that the point of order related to his conduct or behaviour. I didn't say that. I didn't know what the point of order was going to be. I said to the Prime Minister that the point of order related to the matters with which we had just been dealing. In other words, in keeping with the approach that I adopted in respect of points of order following earlier statements, points of order that came from members, honourable or right honourable members on both sides of the House, I was happy to take them after the statements to which they related. And I suggested that the Prime Minister might wish to stay. He indicated initially that he was minded to do so, but he then decided that he wished to leave the chamber. He has been here since 6:30. He was here for 3 hours and 11 minutes, and he has chosen to leave. What I would like to say to the honourable gentleman, to the Shadow Chancellor, and to other colleagues is that I have been in the chair since 11:30 and will remain for the remainder of the proceedings, and therefore I've inevitably heard everything that has been said on this and other matters. And I think the fairest thing I can say is that I have heard the Prime Minister say explicitly that we will always obey the law, we will abide by the law, we will adhere to the law. He has said that. Equally, I did hear the answer that he gave earlier, and I think his words related to the submission of a request for an extension, and he indicated that he would not be minded to do so. I heard the full question, and I heard the full answer, and I think the right and proper thing at this point to say is colleagues, honourable and right honourable members, should study the record and form their own assessment of it, I have, of course, myself said, as anybody would expect, any citizen to say, any parliamentarian to say, any speaker to say, that adherence to the law must, of course, be non-negotiable. I don't think that I need to add to that tonight. Let's reflect on these matters. Let's remain calm and let's assess the record. And just as I said, I think good-naturedly to the Prime Minister some minutes ago, in a slightly different context, that repetition was not a novel phenomenon in the House of Commons, never had been and isn't and won't be. There will be further opportunities for members to raise these matters, including that very particular point, in subsequent days. And this chair will always facilitate the fullest and most unsparing scrutiny of the executive branch, because that is the responsibility of the Speaker, not to be a craven lickspittle of the executive branch, but to facilitate the fullest and most unsparing scrutiny of it. That is my job, and come hell or high water, I will continue to discharge it. Non-negotiable, end of subject. Point of order, Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, I too am very sad that the Prime Minister has left, because I had hoped to raise this point of order to give him the opportunity to perhaps correct the record and reflect on his language and conduct in this House tonight. Mr. Speaker, it gives me no pleasure to say I am 62, I've been around, and I've seen quite a lot of stuff in my life. It takes a lot to reduce this honourable member to tears. And it gives me no pleasure saying that. But that is, I am not alone tonight. There are others who I believe have left the estate, such has been the distress. And I merely say to everybody in this place, but most notably to those who hold the highest of offices, in this, the most peculiar and extraordinary of political times, the language that is used is incredibly important. Mr. Speaker, we have evidence, whatever side of the debate you are on, when you use words like surrender, capitulation, and others use the word traitor. Sorry? Capitulation, traitor and treason. There is a direct consequence. It means my mother receives a threat to her safety. It means my partner receives a death threat. It means that people go to prison or receive suspended sentences, unreported, by a media that has lost the plot because of the death threats made to honourable members whose only crime and offence is to just say what they believe in and to be true to their principles and try to serve this country and their constituents. Mr. Speaker, the consequences are that there will be many who will not want to return to this place, and a younger generation that will not want to serve this country in the future.
Well, I've heard what the Right Honourable Lady has said, which I treat with the greatest possible respect. I am well aware of, I am personally familiar with the fact of the abuse and threats to which the Right Honourable Lady has been subject over a long period. I deprecate in the strongest and most uncompromising terms those threats to her and to other members. I received many myself, as a matter of fact. I'm not complaining about that. I'm simply saying that I empathise with the Right Honourable Lady because I've been on the receiving end of many such communications myself. Each and every one of us has a responsibility to weigh his or her words and to try to make the arguments in which we believe with care and, if possible, with eloquence or even from time to time with humour, but in terms that demonstrate respect for those who hold a point of view that differs from our own. And I've got a feeling that this is a point to which members will return in days to come. I cannot overstate the frequency with which I have been informed over the last year or so by members on both sides of the House and on both sides of the Brexit argument of the fact and persistence of threats that they have received. And I have previously said very publicly that in relation to media outlets which have prominently depicted members as though they were public enemies for differing from the vantage point of those media outlets, that cannot be right. That cannot be right. I have no desire to escalate these tensions and every desire to try to use words that are pacifying rather than inflammatory. And I repeat, and I say in relation to the Leader of the House, that I am well aware that offensive abuse has been directed at members of his family, and that has been intimidating, and that is wrong, not possibly wrong or conceivably wrong or in a certain situation wrong. That is wrong. End of subject. And so is the abuse and threats that other members have received. And the reality of the matter is, and I say this with all the force and insistence at my command without fear of contradiction, female members and members of our ethnic minority communities have been disproportionately subject to that abuse and those threats. And that is the reality. It requires nobody to seek to contradict it, because that is the fact. I know it. And the Right Honourable Lady knows it. And we've got to rise up against it and to resist it. And everybody has got a part to play, including the holders of very high offices. Point of order, Jo Swinson.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I fear that the public watching today will perhaps take the view that this House does not take sufficiently seriously threats of violence. Yeah. We have had the Attorney General earlier today joke about wife beating. Yeah. We have had the government. Yeah. We have had the government asked if they would bring forward the domestic abuse bill now that Parliament has resumed, and they dismissed those requests. And we have had the comments that were made by the Honourable Member for Dewsbury recalling Joe Cox MP and the threats that MPs face on a daily basis. And I may add that I today have reported to the police a threat against my child. That has been dismissed as humbug. Mr. Speaker, this is a disgraceful state of affairs, and we must be able to find a way to conduct ourselves better.
Look, I've known the Right Honourable Lady since she entered the House in 2005, and we've worked together on a number of matters in the past. Rather than issue a lengthy reply to her, I would like to reflect on what she said. I'm also happy to meet members, either individually or in groups if they wish to meet, to consider further these matters. We certainly do need to take very great care in the days and weeks ahead, and I am as sensitive to that matter as I think I can be. Let me reflect further on what she said, and I'm happy to see her either for a Privy Councillor type conversation or in another form if she so wishes. Point of order, the Leader of the Opposition.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank you for what you've just said and the sincerity with which you've said it about the threats made to members of Parliament, the abuse and the racism and the violence that's happening in our communities, and the unfortunate messages that come from the language used, which is then repeated on the streets when people then threaten public representatives with violence and others with violence. Can I ask you to use your excellent and very good offices to call together the leaders of all parties in this House to issue a joint declaration opposing any form of abusive language or threats, and to put this message out to our entire community that we have to treat each other with respect. If we don't, then what happens is those on our streets who would do violence feel emboldened to do it, and the most vulnerable people in our society
suffer as a result of it. It happens in my constituency. It happens in the constituencies of every other member of this House. We are an elected Parliament. We have a duty and a responsibility to protect all of our citizens from the kind of inflammatory language that has been used that is then meted out on the streets in a form of violence against individuals.
We'll reflect very carefully on the point of order just raised by the Leader of the Opposition. I'm very open to convening a meeting of senior colleagues for the purpose of a House-wide public statement. I'm very open to doing that. I don't wish now to prolong these exchanges, but I take extremely seriously what has been said to me. Point of order, Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clearly been a very intense day, and I take very seriously, as the chair of the All-Party Group for Women in Parliament, the comments that have been made about toning down everybody's language and respect. Can we please make sure that that happens on all sides of the House? Thank you.
And in all parts of the House, that seems to me to be an entirely uncontroversial observation with which I readily agree. Point of order, Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank those right honourable and honourable friends that have spoken in points of order? We are at a very dangerous juncture, and we're facing what is a constitutional crisis, which one can imagine that the heat is only going to rise over the course of the next few weeks. I would commend the Leader of the Opposition for his intervention, because I think as leaders of parties here in Westminster, we have a responsibility. We need to make sure we can navigate ourselves through the next few weeks, and all of us collectively have got a responsibility to make sure that all our colleagues, all parliamentarians, their friends, their families, their staff, can go about their business in a position of safety. And we really need to show a very clear message from this House that we will not tolerate bad behaviour. We will not tolerate sexism, racism, or threats to anyone. It really is important at a time like this that we show leadership and we make it absolutely crystal clear that bad behaviour is not going to be tolerated from anyone.
I agree with that. Thank you. Point of order, Lucy Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know some of these points have been made already, but I just wanted to say to you, to remind this House that Joe's murder did not happen in a vacuum.
That's right.
It happened in a context that is not dissimilar to the context we find ourselves in today. And I've heard from her family this evening. They've been very distressed at watching this place today. And I know others have said it, but it has come from one side of the House, the language of surrender, of betrayal, of capitulation. This is the kind of language, this is the context that led to the murder of an MP leaving her surgery of an evening in a small market town by somebody from the far right. And we cannot forget that context when we conduct ourselves. And I just wanted to put that on record.
That point is duly noted. It's a very serious point. I don't want to add, but suffice to say, although I don't know the Cox family anything like as well as the Honourable Lady or many other members here present, I do know members of the family. I have a strong empathy with the objectives of the Joe Cox Foundation, and indeed am in touch with the family from time to time, including currently in relation to upcoming events. So I'm not unsighted on the issues, and I don't think any of us in this chamber will ever forget or entirely overcome our horror, revulsion, and distress at what happened to a wonderful human being and the most dedicated of public servants. She was murdered for what she believed, the values she held, and for her effectiveness in campaigning for them. We do not, in any circumstances, ever want to witness a repeat of that. Point of order, Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I also ask your advice in terms of how this could be extended to the responsibility of our media in the Independent Press Standards Organisation? They do have a really important role to play in how this gets reported, the language they use. We think back months to the headlines of traitors of the people, the enemies, and so on, towards our judiciary and towards people in this place. Is there a mechanism by which we can engage with the IPSO to ensure that language is not repeated?
I'd rather not deal with that now on the floor of the House. I'm well aware of IPSO and I'm well aware of complaints that have been made to it from time to time, and colleagues will have their own view about it. There are hugely important issues here. On the one hand, there is an enormous premium, and rightly so, on a free media, a vigorous, outspoken, sometimes extremely irreverent, and from individuals or parties' vantage points, hostile media. And it's much better to have that than to have a media that is state-controlled. On the other hand, words do have consequences, and it is very important that people in positions of authority or capacity to influence opinion, frankly, operate at a level which reflects their influence and their responsibility. I think it is something that it is better to discuss further outside the chamber, and which members can raise with the relevant minister if they so wish. But I'm not insensitive to what the honourable gentleman has just said. Point of order, Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the chamber we have ways in which we conduct ourselves. We have rules, some written, some unwritten, about the decency and the way in which we speak to each other and indeed conduct ourselves in conversation with you, Mr. Speaker. Could you advise me, Mr. Speaker, as to whether there is any capacity for a formal review about the limits of language that we may use about colleagues? Because if we are to change this, I think experience has shown us that raising it again and again in the chamber is not enough. And yet, if we can have other rules about how we conduct ourselves, could you advise the House as to whether there is any capacity to review the language used so that we can create other ways in which calling a colleague a traitor could be ruled out of order?
I must say to the honourable lady, and I hope she'll forgive me, that I heard the last remark she made. I didn't hear any such statement made in the chamber today. If such a statement was made, I didn't hear it. I must say to the honourable lady, I'm not aware of such a statement having been made, and would I regard that as unparliamentary for one member to call another member a traitor? I absolutely would regard that as unparliamentary. Just off the top of my head, that would be my instinctive view, that would be totally unacceptable, and I would ask the member to withdraw. More widely, perhaps I can say this, two things. First of all, the Procedure Committee can look at any issue that is referred to it. And secondly, I'm not trying to abdicate responsibility, but I am conscious that 16 days ago I announced to the House my own intentions. What she's raised is very important. I do think it will fall to a successor of mine to come to a view about some of these matters, and with that successor, members should work, and I wish them every success and progress in doing so. But as I approach the end of my tenure, I'm reluctant to say more than I think the circumstances warrant. That's unusual for me, I know, but there you go. If there are no further points of order, and I think there are not, and I thank the honourable lady for what she said, we come now to the business statement by the Leader of the House and indeed the Lord President of the Council, Mr Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I wonder if I may add to the comments that were just made, because I think what you said was of fundamental importance, that a lot of members of this House, but particularly women and ethnic minorities, get treated in a quite disgraceful way. I have never tried to make a great fuss about what has happened on my own account, because it is very mild compared to what others have had to put up with, and I'm very well aware of that. And I'm very grateful for the support that I have had from members of the House, from all sides, and I catch the eye of the honourable gentleman, the member for the Rhondda, who has always been very good about this, and of course you, Mr. Speaker. What has happened to me has been very, very minor. What has happened to other members, particularly on social media, has been deeply, deeply unpleasant and troubling, and we all have a responsibility to be mild in our language when we are speaking in this House or outside. And I'm afraid to say it is something where all sides err from time to time, and it would be invidious to pick on individual examples, but we have a responsibility of leadership. And I do think that at this particular time, emotions are unquestionably running very high, and therefore calmness is to be encouraged, though we are discussing matters of the greatest importance. But I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for what you said, which I think has the support of the House. And may I congratulate you on sitting there for 10 hours, 37 minutes and 6 seconds without a break, which I think is more than any of the rest of us have managed. But I also wanted to reiterate the thanks you gave to the staff at the beginning of today's proceedings. Honourable members will know that the doorkeepers expect to be on holiday at this time in a recess that was long planned, and many of them have had to rearrange their affairs to be here to look after us and to make sure that our proceedings run, and they're not alone. This applies to clerks as well, and to the staff who work in the catering department, and I think we ought to thank them for breaking potentially long-standing commitments to be with us. If I may now move to the business for tomorrow, will be a motion to approve a conference adjournment motion for next week, followed by a general debate on the principles of democracy and the rights of the electorate.
Thank you. And I thank the Leader of the House very warmly for the opening remarks that he made. And by the way, my experience likewise has been extremely minor by comparison with the experience of colleagues. I merely mentioned it to demonstrate empathy, but he and I are in the same boat in that regard, and I very much appreciate his words. The Shadow Leader, Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the remarks that you've made, and thank you for making those remarks, and to the right honourable and honourable members who faced such difficulties, and also to the Leader of the House. And could I just respectfully ask him, therefore, to ask the Prime Minister not to call the EU Withdrawal No. 2 bill the surrender bill. He could start by that, please. And I want to thank the Leader for his business statement following the adjournment of the House on the 9th of September. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to the Leader that while it is vital that the House sits to scrutinise the government at this important time for the country, we stand ready to work with the government to ensure that the Tory party conference takes place in the fantastic Labour-led city of Manchester. It is surely possible for the Leader to schedule important legislation that commands widespread support across the House. The government needs the 3 statutory instruments on Northern Ireland, scheduled previously in September. Surely the Leader could bring forward the second reading of the Domestic Violence Bill. This measure would be supported on all sides of the House, and similarly the Animal Welfare Sentencing Bill. That also would be a measure supported widely by members. Now, these are important pieces of legislation that are not contentious and would allow the Conservative Party conference to go ahead while the House sits. Also, could I also ask, given the government's desultory approach to motions proposed by opposition parties, could I ask for an opposition day? But I want to start by, I know the Leader of the House was part of this whole process, and I noticed that the Prime Minister didn't want to talk about the judgment of the Supreme Court, but I want to place on record Her Majesty's opposition thanks to the justices of the Supreme Court for the speed at which they heard the cases and the speed at which they gave judgment, and to all those who took part in the legal process. The judgment was a clear restatement of the principles on which our democracy, the sovereignty of Parliament and the rule of law is based. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, that you have read into the record the citation of the judgment, I would ask that the whole judgment be included in Hansard. If anyone has read that judgment should be a model for citizenship everywhere. It should be taught everywhere, and it's a vital part of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I want to take the Honourable Leader of the House to the first sentence of the judgment, which makes it clear the issue is not when and on what terms the UK is to leave the European Union. The issue decided by the court is whether the advice given by the Prime Minister to Her Majesty the Queen that Parliament should be prorogued was lawful. The Justices were concerned that the longer Parliament stands prorogued, the greater the risk that responsible government may be replaced by unaccountable government, the antithesis of the democratic model. Does the Leader agree with that? They also said at paragraph 50, prorogation or advice to the monarch will be unlawful if it has the effect of frustrating or preventing without reasonable justification the ability of Parliament to carry out its constitutional functions as a legislature and as a body responsible for the supervision of the executive. Does the Leader accept that this will also affect any future prorogations? The Justices confirmed the foundations of our Constitution at paragraph 55. We live in a representative democracy. The House of Commons exists because the people have elected their members. The government is not directly elected by the people, unlike other democracies. Therefore, it exists and is accountable to the House of Commons. So will the Leader of the House clarify the comments on constitutional coup? Did he mean the government were embarking on the constitutional coup, or was it the Supreme Court? Who exactly is undertaking this constitutional coup? And so the question that was asked by the Justices, did the action of the Prime Minister have the effect of frustrating or preventing the constitutional role of Parliament in holding the government to account? And the answer they gave at paragraph 56 was, of course it did. Any reasonable person would say so. It was not a normal prorogation, as you yourself said, Mr. Speaker. They mostly last 5 days. Why are the government spinning that they do not agree with the judgment? These are eminent justices, well versed in the law, undertaking their role as checks and balances, who have heard the submissions and have come to their conclusion. Does he agree that any member of the House who impugns that judgment effectively does not accept the rule of law or the sovereignty of Parliament? The government cannot say they disagree with the judgment when the government offered no evidence other than a witness statement from the Treasury solicitor and a memo from Nikki da Costa, which was copied to various other people. But as the Justices said, they are not concerned with the Prime Minister's motive, but whether there was a reason, and none was given, for closing Parliament for 5 weeks. As the memo says, everything was focused on the Queen's speech. So why did it take a prorogation of 5 weeks? A previous Prime Minister, Sir John Major's evidence was unchallenged by the government. He said it typically lasts 4 to 6 days, not weeks. He said he has never known a government to need 5 weeks to put together the legislative agenda. So how long does the Leader of the House think the preparations are needed for the Queen's speech? And could he say whether Parliament will be prorogued before the Queen's speech on the 14th? Mr. Speaker, a fundamental change was going to take place on the 31st of October. With the EU Withdrawal No. 2 Act, this House, by our motions and by our enactments, do not support the government on the issue of leaving without an agreement. At this time, we needed scrutiny committees, the release of documents updating both houses. None of that could take place while Parliament was not sitting. Sadly, the government didn't believe us, but they had to be checked by the Supreme Court. Given that the Supreme Court has decided that everything that flows from the unlawful order in council is unlawful, could we have a debate on the costs to the taxpayer of that unlawful act, including flights and the return of Parliament? And could he publish those costs? Why should the taxpayer foot the bill for the government's unlawfulness? This government, Mr. Speaker, has cast aside parliamentary sovereignty. It's cast aside the rule of law and are now casting aside the checks and balances of our democracy by disagreeing with the judgment. The Leader of the House didn't raise an objection. As one of his predecessors has said, he is the voice of Parliament in the Cabinet. Why did the Leader of the House not protect parliamentary sovereignty? He will know that Dr. Thomas Fuller in 1733 said, "Be you never so high, the law is above you." How very rude. If this government cannot obey the law, does not believe in accountability to Parliament, does not believe in the sovereignty of Parliament, they should step aside now.
Order. Just before I ask the leader to respond, I should just like to emphasise, because it's been a long day, although, you know, we're arguably just getting going, I should perhaps just emphasise that this is a narrow business statement. I don't use the term narrow in any pejorative sense. It is narrow in the sense that it is tightly focused on the proposed business for tomorrow. I certainly wouldn't have dreamt of interrupting the shadow leader who has put a series of points on the record. I make absolutely no complaint about that. But there will be a further business statement tomorrow, and that would be the occasion for wider inquiries about subsequent days and the preferences of colleagues for debates on those days. This statement treats of tomorrow, and therefore it would be helpful if colleagues would observe that in terms of the questions that they ask. I'm not trying to prevent anybody speaking, but this is about tomorrow's business. It is not a general debate, and it is not about a subsequent week's business. I hope that that is helpful. The Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I begin by congratulating the Right Honourable Lady on becoming a Privy Councillor? And I'm looking forward, wearing my other hat as Lord President of the Council, to being present when she is sworn in as a member. I think the whole House is pleased that this has happened. I'm very grateful. I'm sorry to say slightly suspicious of her offer that we can all go off to Manchester and business could carry on here if the business were desperately uncontentious. There's been a recent habit for standing order motions to lead to legislation, and it would be a pity if the Conservative benches were empty because we were all in the wonderful city of Manchester. So I think if the motion tomorrow to have a recess for 3 days, which seems only fair, as the Liberal Democrats and the Labour Party had their conferences, that we should have theirs. And I do understand that this is difficult for the SNP, but had we carried on with the prorogation, the SNP would have been able to have their conference whilst we were... Would they not? Oh, well, that is a great loss for so many people. But I do share her concentration on the Domestic Violence Bill and the Animal Welfare Sentencing Bill. These are both very important acts coming before the House, and we will bear in mind when bringing the statement forward tomorrow, depending on how events go, about those. The Right Honourable Lady asked about this question of a constitutional coup. Now, that phrase has been attributed to me, and I use the term attributed with very great care. Right Honourable Lady from a sedentary position says it's general knowledge. Just because something has been in the newspapers does not make it general knowledge. What it is something attributed to me in a cabinet meeting. Cabinet meetings are confidential. The files... The files will be released under the 30-year rule in the normal way. And I would reiterate the government's position as expressed by the Prime Minister, who said, I have the highest respect, of course, for our judiciary and the independence of our courts, but I must say I strongly disagree with this judgment, and we in the UK will not be deterred from getting on and delivering on the will of the people to come out of the EU on October the 31st, because that is what we were mandated to do. That is the government's position, and that is my position. The Right Honourable Lady said that we had been spinning our disagreement with the judgment. No, we hadn't. It wasn't spin. It was a very straightforward statement by the Prime Minister, but with the highest respect for the judiciary. It is a reasonable thing to disagree with somebody who you respect. Dare I say, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I've disagreed with you, but that has never reduced my respect. The Right Honourable Lady raised the question of the cost of prorogation. Well, the answer there is if we remain in the European Union after the 31st of October, which they want on that side, it would cost us £250 million a week. Any cost of prorogation pales into insignificance with the extravagance to be wished upon the hard-pressed taxpayer by the opposition benches in the proposals that they have made. And then we have this extraordinary view from the opposition that what we are doing is not in support of parliamentary democracy. This side wants a general election. What is more democratic than that? What sort of tyrants are we that we are willing to go to the British people and say, ladies and gentlemen, you choose. Do you want my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, or do you want the right honourable gentleman, the member for Islington? And we know why they're running away from it. We know why they're so scared of it. They're scared of it because they don't back their leader, let alone thinking that the country will. And we know that people think that our leader is a great, inspirational, charismatic figure, and we trust the people, and the side opposite does not.
Mark Harper.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. I have a question to the Leader about tomorrow's business, but if the Speaker will allow me a small indulgence referring to a matter that the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Leader, said. When she said that she would be grateful, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow the full judgment of the Supreme Court to be read into the record, I would second that, because in the summary judgment there was an inadvertent error. When I was listening... When I was listening to the esteemed President of the Supreme Court yesterday while I was eating my toast and marmalade, I almost dropped said toast and marmalade when I discovered that, according to Lady Hale, Mr. Jacob Rees-Mogg, Leader of the House of Commons and Lord President of the Council, and Mr. Mark Harper, Chief Whip, had attended upon Her Majesty at Balmoral. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't recollect having done so. So I would be grateful if the Lord President of the Council could confirm that it was indeed my right honourable friend, the member for Sherwood, who is indeed the most excellent current government chief whip. It would save me a lot of grief from those constituents who've written to me, wondering why I was attending upon Her Majesty at Balmoral Castle. The serious point, Mr. Speaker, about the business of the House tomorrow is on the motion to approve the conference adjournment motion. I would just say to the Leader of the House, if the opposition are churlish enough not to be generous and support the motion tomorrow, and the House is sitting next week, perhaps next week he could find time for a debate on the extraordinary decision of the Labour conference today to choose to have a policy where they have no immigration controls and they'll allow any member of the world, literally the world, to come to Britain, to use our National Health Service, to have benefits unlimited and to be able to vote in our elections. That policy, I think, is one which deserves wide promulgation, and I feel sure it will see us well in any forthcoming general election.
The Leader of the House.
Yes, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. It seemed there was some confusion over forests, that he is, of course, the member for the Forest of Dean, and my right honourable friend, the Chief Whip, is for Sherwood Forest, where I seem to remember Robin Hood spent his formative years. The point that my right honourable friend makes on a debate of the Labour Party policy is, I think, why we want a general election. It would be wonderful to put that fantasy world to the British people. I'm confident what they would choose.
Mr. Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I also congratulate you for the stellar shift which you've put in once again today. I think you must now have the most famous bladder in political history by the time that you spent in that chair. And can I also share your congratulations and thanks to the staff who have been assembled at short notice and who have served us so diligently once again today. And can I thank the Leader of the House, obviously, for his very brief statement on the business for tomorrow. Of course, we all know this is the last place he wanted to be and the last thing that he actually wanted to do. And what does he bring to this House? Well, after all this hard work to get this House to sit again, a motion to simply abandon this place all over again. And after getting the courts to reopen this place, he now wants us to agree voluntarily to close it all down again so that they can all swan off to their conference. As a party that is never, ever covered by the so-called conference recess. And can I remind the Leader of the House that the Queen's speech that he had scheduled was the first full day of our conference. Exactly. Can I tell him, he can, with all due respect, he can go and stuff that notion where his top hat don't shine. And maybe while we're at this, and we're still thinking about the business for tomorrow, what about one of these opposition days that the Scottish National Party are due, the day and a half that we're still to get on the floor of the House? Maybe that could be done tomorrow, because tomorrow what we've got as the main item of business is a Brexiteer whinge-fest debate. So can we not instead have a debate about obeying the courts and respecting the rule of law? Mr Speaker, I share what's been said by so many right honourable members and honourable members tonight about the tone of this debate, but I have to say that today was the most undignified diatribe from the Prime Minister, simply unworthy of the House. I've been in this place for 18 years. I have never heard such a poor statement from any sitting Prime Minister. No apology, no contrition, just petulant defiance. The Prime Minister said the Supreme Court was wrong. The Leader of the House is notionally have said there was a constitutional coup. Now, I didn't quite actually hear him deny the fact that he said it. Maybe he'll get another chance again. Just tell the House, did he say this or did he not say this? And if it is a constitutional coup, what does it actually say about the sovereignty that he claims? His claim that this place is little more than some sort of tin pot dictatorship. And it was, of course, Mr Speaker, him that led the Prorogue 3, the 3 Privy Councillors who travelled to Balmoral to ask the Queen to act unlawfully in an attempt to draw the monarch into their half-baked scheme. If he won't apologise for the prorogation of Parliament, will he now apologise to Her Majesty the Queen for attempting to draw her into the sorry state of affairs? He's simply been the least successful, and I'm trying to have measured language, Mr Speaker, the least successful Leader of the House, probably since the post was created. He has lost every vote in the House. He has lost the government the majority. He can't even get the election the Prime Minister craves. His prorogation was unlawful. He's supposed to be the smartest cookie in the no-deal Brexit cult coup. If that's the best they've got, Mr Speaker, God help the rest of them.
Yeah. The House.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm afraid your successor will have an uphill task. Moderate language lasted precisely 21 minutes before the honourable gentleman got up and managed to reduce the tone. He said that being here was the last thing that I want to be. Actually, Mr Speaker, I share one thing in common with you. There's nothing I like more than being in the House of Commons other than speaking in the House of Commons. I think I compete with you for how much I enjoy speaking, but I think it is a similar pleasure that we get, and therefore I am delighted to be here. I would point out, in response to the honourable gentleman, in relation to the recess motion, that the court itself pointed out that there was a huge difference between a recess and a prorogation, and therefore I think it is completely in accord with and in the spirit of the judgment that they came to.
Measured is a relative term, and I say in the friendliest possible spirit to the honourable gentleman member for Perth and North Perthshire, whose elegant constructions favour the House each week, that I think that he thinks that he was being measured. I think that each of us probably needs to reflect on this. Greg Hands.
Mr Speaker, could we have an early debate, perhaps even tomorrow, on getting a deal and what that deal might look like? The Prime Minister stressed earlier that he's seeking a deal, which is extremely welcome. We've seen various initiatives in recent weeks, the Alternative Arrangements Commission, the new MPs for a deal group from the members for Don Valley, Aberavon, Norfolk North and others. There does seem to be renewed momentum, and also from other parties in this House, towards getting a deal. And would it not be sensible to have a debate early on to see what the parameters of that deal might look like? Because ultimately we are going to have that debate in this House. And would it not be sensible to have at least a reconnaissance sooner rather than later of what might be acceptable?
Leader of the House.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend and for all the work he has done to try and bring people together and to seek compromise. It is worth saying that it won't be possible to arrange that particular debate for tomorrow. If any of the opposition parties wish to have a vote of no confidence tomorrow, they have a few minutes whilst I am still speaking to put that motion down, and it will be accepted by the government. In terms of a future debate on a deal, obviously that will come with a meaningful vote, assuming that the Prime Minister is able to agree a deal, and that would be a completely separate deal from the one that we have had before, and therefore would be an entirely different motion, even if we were in the same session of Parliament, from the ones that we've had before. In terms of debating it beforehand, well, I have a feeling that the honourable gentleman, the chairman of the Backbench Business Committee, is going to make a comment in a moment or two, and he will have heard the request.
Ian Mearns. As usual, I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. It's more of something in advance of the business statement that we're anticipating tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, because as I understand standing orders, I ceased to be chair of the Backbench Business Committee at the close of business in the early hours of the 10th of September. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I was reinstated retrospectively by the Supreme Court by a majority of 11-0. So, if the leader would like the Backbench Business Committee, now reinstated, Mr. Speaker, to fill any parliamentary time in the coming weeks, could we have as much notice as possible of what time it is that he wants us to fill, so we can organise as best to possibly fill that time with the appropriate demanded debates?
I'm very grateful to the very distinguished chairman of the Backbench Business Committee for his very polite request. That is obviously sensible, and we will work with him through the normal channels to ensure that he has time notified as soon as it possibly can be, as I know he has a backlog of debates prior to prorogation, some of which have come to me in correspondence and I know are of importance. I'm very glad that he has been reinstated. There is every cloud has silver lining.
Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I haven't quite your stamina, but I have been on these benches for many hours today, listening to a barrage of invective that my front bench has been on which my front bench has been on the receiving end, and I wonder if the leader of the House is aware if for tomorrow's debate. I think I heard my Prime Minister offer something quite unprecedented, which was that any opposition party could table a vote of no confidence tomorrow. Has the Leader of the House been made aware of anyone tabling such a motion yet?
The House. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for that very important point. It is, I think, an unprecedented offer. It is available for a limited time only. I mean, it is like one of those offers in supermarkets. I can't promise it will be there forever, but it is currently available. And what has happened so far? These people who say they want an election, absolutely nothing. By their fruits ye shall judge them.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It might have taken 21 minutes for moderate language to be lost, but it's taken even less time for the brief moment of perhaps pride that anybody would have felt in this chamber about a sense of certainty about why we are all here and the need to have decent debate and to make progress has been lost. This piece of paper sends a very strong message to every victim of domestic violence in this country that yet again, when it came to being able to use the time in this place to do something decent, to do something right that has cross-party consensus must happen, this government said no. And indeed, last week, because this House was unlawfully prorogued, when this government missed an important reporting deadline for the UN on its progress in addressing all forms of eliminating discrimination against women, this House wasn't sitting to hold them to account. Can I ask the Leader of this House to just do something decent tonight and tell domestic abuse victims that we are going to have this legislation, that we won't be messing around with jolly japes about taking time off and asking for votes no confidence. We will put their rights on this agenda, because I tell him now, if he doesn't, we will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable lady, I think, overstates her position. This bill was going to be a major part of the Queen's speech. It is a bill the government is... deeply committed to, the Prime Minister is personally committed to. It is of great importance. And when we talk about goodwill across the House and moderate language, it is worth assuming that actually we all have good intentions. We may not always do things in the same way, and we may not have the same philosophy, but this government has every possible intention of doing everything it can to stop domestic violence. It is a priority for the government, and the Honourable Lady is shaking her head. If there is no reassurance I can give her, why does she ask the question?
Mr. Peterborough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Leader of the House about tomorrow's debate on the principles of democracy and the rights of the electorate? Would it be in order for that to be amended so that perhaps an amendment, notwithstanding the Fixed Term Parliament Act, that there is a general election forthwith? I know this is a general debate, but of course general debates and amendments seem to have changed recently.
Mr. Speaker, I'm always careful about stepping into your territory as to what is orderly and what is not orderly, but an amendment to a motion cannot change the law, and therefore, even if Mr. Speaker were to allow an amendment, it couldn't override the Fixed Term Parliament Act, nor could it meet the requirements of the Fixed Term Parliament Act, because they're very clearly set out in terms of the wording that has to be used.
Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And further to our earlier exchanges, can I also just put on record that I know the Leader of the House has himself been subject to abuse online that then led to physical abuse offline, which is why he supported my online forums bill, for which I am grateful. But I want to ask him now about the conference recess. As the Member of Parliament for Manchester Central, I want to see the Conservative conference going ahead, not because I want to welcome them to our city, but livelihoods depend on it, and I think it's an important part of our democracy. But given the lack of trust across this House at the moment because of the unlawful prorogation, it is difficult to see the motion as laid being passed tomorrow. So can I ask, at this 11th hour, for the Leader of the House to continue the cross-party conversations that have been happening today, which I think through the usual channels generous offers have been made about next week, to continue those so that we don't curtail that conference next week and cost many, many people across Manchester their livelihoods by cancelling or curtailing that conference.
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady and for the spirit in which she puts her question. It is important to the Manchester economy that the conference goes ahead, and it is a concern for the Conservative Party as well as for the government that it shouldn't be cancelled for that reason. Usual channels conversations are always extremely welcome. But the Honourable Lady points out there is not a great deal of trust at the moment, so let us hope for the best, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Mr. Speaker, could I, on behalf of my party, echo and agree with the sentiments that have been raised this evening? We, on this bench, know more than most what it is like to live with the constant threat of attack and still live with a very high level of security for politicians in Northern Ireland. Can I welcome the general debate that is to take place tomorrow and say to the Leader of the House that on the principles of democracy, that we on this side hope that the government very soon will intervene in Northern Ireland because the principles of democracy have been turned on their head and the rights of the electorate are being denied. The Northern Ireland electorate voted for parties to form a government in a devolved institution in Northern Ireland. One of those parties, only one, refuses to form a government. And they have held for almost 3 years now the people of Northern Ireland and all the other political parties to ransom. And in our view, this breaches the principles of democracy and denies the rights of the electorate who in good faith voted in the Assembly elections to send their people to do a job. And we will also make the point tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, that amongst those who lose out when democracy is put on hold are the victims of historical institutional abuse in Northern Ireland, who, having had a recommendation made that they should be compensated for their suffering, are being denied that support because one party in Northern Ireland refuses to form a government. This, Mr. Speaker, breaches the principles of democracy and the rights of the electorate.
Leader of the House. Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for making that point. It is a matter of great concern to the government, which wants to see the Northern Ireland Executive reformed as a matter of urgency. I note very much what he has said about the contribution the DUP is making to ensure that that happens, and I am aware that there is one party that is obstructing that. This can, of course, be raised with the Northern Ireland Secretary in due course, and we will have to have some debates on Northern Ireland subject to the Northern Ireland Executive Formation Act, and that may be an opportunity to raise some of these subjects further in coming days and weeks.
Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Leader of the House is forward-thinking. In anticipation that his motion for tomorrow may not be carried, he's probably thinking what business might be considered next week instead. Would that thinking include an announcement on a social care green paper, which the House have been waiting for the last 3 years?
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I have to keep the honourable gentleman in suspense. But I can reassure him there will be an exciting announcement tomorrow in a statement from me, and all will be revealed as to what may happen under certain circumstances or under different circumstances. But the members opposite, in the spirit of generosity that has been emerging at this late hour, may well vote for the conference recess so that the Manchester economy can be protected and so that the sauce that the goose has already had should become sauce for the gander, to use a term the Prime Minister favours.
Sandy Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Attorney General this morning and then the Prime Minister and now the Leader of the House have made it absolutely clear that they would like us to call for an immediate general election. So can I ask the Leader of the House the same question that I asked the Prime Minister and I'm afraid failed to understand the answer from the Prime Minister? If we have a general election, what is the point of a Queen's speech?
Leader of the House. I'm very sorry that the honourable gentleman didn't manage to understand the Prime Minister. That is unfortunate. The point of a Queen's speech is for setting out the government's programme, which we have to do because we haven't got a general election. If there were to have been the general election on the motions that we put down twice in September, we would have had a Queen's speech opening a new Parliament, not just a new session. I would have thought that was rather obvious and straightforward.